This is the sound check for September 27th Council.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Do not adjust your set. I'm Deputy Mayor Jeff Beattie, standing in for Mayor Andrea Horwath today. And I'll begin by going around the council horseshoe to let everyone watching at home know who is in attendance. We have Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor J.P. Danko, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Tammy Huang, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Esther Pauls, with Councillor Mike Spadafora joining us online. Good morning to you all. Madam Clerk, if you could please confirm that we have quorum present.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Beattie, there is quorum present.
Wonderful. At this stage, I would like to call the meeting of City Council to order. Please stand if you're able for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you, and please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we may better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. So with that housekeeping underway, please remember members and all members of the audience, and even those following at home, please make sure that your phones are switched to a non-audible function. We'll begin now with the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. There are 11 added communication items. 5.6, correspondence respecting report PW 23052, management of the aviary at 86 Oak Knoll Drive in Ward 1. We have Marissa Cassell, Samantha Emerson, Ann Dwyer, Andrea Fair, Allison Ford, Andrea Harewood, Jacob Haggie, Scott Crooker, Sarah Genevieve, Lisa Johnston. The recommendations we receive and referred to that item in the Public Works report. Correspondence from Lisa Gagnon, Director, Corporate Services, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, respecting MPCA's 2004 budget and municipal levies to be received. There are two changes to the disposition of communication items. 5.4, which is correspondence from the Honourable Paul Calendra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, responding to the Housing Affordability Task Force's recommendations. It's been changed to being received and referred to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development for appropriate action. 5.5 is correspondence from Lisa Burnside, the CAO for the Hamilton Conservation Authority requesting council support for the direction to reverse the changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. That is now to be endorsed. There is one revised motion, 7.3, which is now the resignation and appointment to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee. There are two added notices of motion. 8.1 is city support for the Doors Open event in 2004, and Councillor Clark will be introducing 8.2 for the independent air monitoring at GFL Stony Creek landfill. There is one revised bill, Bill 181. That's it.
Thank you, Acting Clerk Pilon. If I could have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Watching my screen drop into my laptop, that was fun. Councillor Nan, Councillor Esther Pauls, thank you. Any discussion on the agenda as amended? Okay, seeing none. I also make note that we are being joined by Mayor Horvath, although it is audio only. So Mayor, if you're following along, if you can just indicate to the clerks if you'd like to speak on a particular issue, we'll make sure that you get added to the agenda or the speakers list. If you could indicate your vote now, please.
Madam Mayor, are you voting in favor? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And that carries 14-0. We're moving on to item 2. If any members of council have a declaration of interest, please make it now. And I'm looking around the table. I see Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, to my committee, my council members, I apologize for being late this morning. My route is disrupted with yellow tape, so I do apologize. I'm declaring an interest on, beg your pardon, item 6, the Emergency and Community Services meeting with respect to the Carolyn Street Cooperative. The Hamilton Community Foundation is mentioned in the body of the report as a partner, and my husband is the president and CEO of the foundation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And clerks have noted that. Clerk Pilon?
Councillor Wilson, is it a non-disqualifying or a disqualifying conflict?
I'm going to, that's a good question. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say it's not disqualifying, although I have a feeling it might be the other, but I'm not certain, so thank you.
So just for those following at home, if you've indicated a disqualifying interest, you please ensure that when it is time to vote, that you vote abstain on your e-scribe, and your disqualifying interest will be noted correctly in the council minutes. And of course, if any other members come to realize that they may have an interest at any time, please raise your hand and make note of that immediately. Those who have noted a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in the decision-making processes related to the matter. There are no ceremonial activities. We are now moving on to approval of the minutes of the previous meeting from September 13th, 2023. If I could have a mover to approve the minutes of the September 13 meeting. Seeing Councillor Brad Clark. Seconder. Councillor Esther Pauls. Any discussion on the minutes from September 13th? And seeing none, we could indicate our votes now, please. And that carries 14-0. We're off to a good start. Moving on to communications. Councillor Francis, if I could have the motion on the communication items.
You may. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that Council Communications 5.1 to 5.7 be approved as presented as follows. Thank you.
Any discussion on any of the communication items? I see Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that 5.1 is the correspondence of the town of Grimsby requesting support for their resolution establishing a guaranteed livable income. This is something that we are seeing across the board from other municipalities. I wanted to ensure that we speak positively about this because also by way of Councillor McMeekin, we have raised this both at FCM and at AMO to ask for other orders of government to support us in looking at what a guaranteed livable income or a basic income might look like. So I wanted to draw attention that I thank the town of Grimsby for their correspondence today.
Okay. Any other speakers? See Councillor Brad Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. The item which I wish to address is 5.5. It is a communication from the Hamilton Conservation Authority to the City of Hamilton. It is sharing a motion that the Hamilton Conservation Authority passed unanimously at its last board meeting. And I'll just read out the short paragraphs for everyone here so that we all are on the same page. That the Hamilton Conservation Authority Board of Directors respectfully requests that the Province of Ontario reverse recent changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and provincially significant wetland evaluation system that is adversely affecting natural heritage protection, and that the Province of Ontario's Auditor General undertake an investigation into the process that were allowed to make the above policy decisions and whether this decision-making structure and its outcome provide Ontarians with value for money, and that the Hamilton Conservation Authority asked the Council of Hamilton to provide similar direction to the province, and we shared this with local MPPs as well as other conservation authorities in Ontario. I remind the members around this table that it was just recently that we learned that when the city filed its official plan amendment for the City of Hamilton to the Minister's office, they did not communicate with the City of Hamilton in response. They communicated with the developers and asked the developers if the changes that the minister was going to propose were a good idea, and asked them whether or not the City of Hamilton's idea was a good idea. First, the minister made a couple of mistakes. The first mistake is that he wrote to the City of Hamilton through a public open letter to the Spectator indicating his position prior to the City of Hamilton actually finalizing a decision. That is unheard of. The minister is to review official plan amendments and make a decision as to whether or not they reject them, approve them, approve with conditions, or change them. That's the minister's job. He spoke out in advance of that, very clearly indicating that he had already come to a position on the urban boundary expansion. Then the second thing that he did, which was absolutely unheard of, is Bill 23 received proclamation before the Environmental Registry consultation concluded. There were 3 days left in that consultation, and instead of hearing those consultations and providing responses accordingly, he had already made his decision. So now the Conservation Authority is left scratching its head trying to understand what provoked such dramatic and radical changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and the regulations. And the only way that we believe that we can get an answer to this is through the Auditor General and asking them to do a similar investigation to what they had completed on the Greenbelt. So I'm asking that this council not only endorse this, but send a similar letter to the Auditor General requesting that the Auditor General investigate these activities. Thank you, sir, for the time this morning.
Okay, so 5.5. Is there a direction that you wish to attach to this piece, Councillor?
Yes, in item C, it indicates the Hamilton Conservation Authority requests that the City of Hamilton Council provide similar direction to the Province of Ontario. And perhaps we should clarify it that we write to the Auditor General to request that value for money audit of these issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just looking over to clerks to make sure that
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
we have the appropriate directions in place. Going back to the speakers list, I have Councillor Craig Kassar, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor JP Danko.
Thank you. I wanted to just briefly speak to 5.5 and then 5.4, if that'd be okay, Deputy Mayor. Just to reiterate what Councillor Clark said, took the words out of my mouth, really appreciate that. That motion was passed unanimously at the HCA board, so thank you for that. On 5.4, this is correspondence regarding the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations and action for the city to comply with or respond by October 16th on do we oppose or agree with recommendations, each of the 74 recommendations. The action here, I think, it says refer to planning and economic development. So just wanted to get a comment from GM Thorne on this topic. What have we done so far on this, and will we complete this on time? Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'm looking to GM Thorne, please.
Yes, through the Chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. So yes, we have received this correspondence, and this council direction would refer it to us. What the province appears to be seeking is for the city's comments on the task force report that came out early 2022. We as staff and council had already adopted a position on that task force report back when it came out. There was a staff report, and the city's position on each of the recommendations was clear within that. So what staff is intending to do is to prepare a response to this letter referencing back to that original staff report. I would note that in that staff report, I mean, that the province is indicating here a support oppose. There will need to be some commentary on some of those items because back when we commented originally, there was some areas where the city requested some clarification, some details as to what exactly was intended, which makes it difficult just to say support or oppose. So I expect there will be a third column added with some commentary on some of those based on that 2022 report.
Okay,
and yes,
GM.
sorry, to the question of the timeline, yes, we are comfortable in making the timeline that the minister requested.
Okay, thank you, GM. Councillor?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Also on 5.4 and 5.5. 5.4, the October 16th deadline for this new minister program. I think, just want to really reiterate, this feels very familiar to the provincial facilitator conversation where tell us how great we are and how we've helped you build affordable housing, and we'll give you scraps. We'll give you less than the money we cut from your budgets, less than the money that we're making taxpayers pay in terms of development charges, and you can maybe try and begin to be made whole for these scraps. But first you have to tell us how great we've been. Really disappointing that this is how the provincial government is treating crises. Obviously we need to work together with them. We got to keep going, but wow, just really speaks to how much they care. And so on 5.5, I do just want to add that, again, it's not just that this government has been uniquely awful when it comes to paving over wetlands and taking apart our province, selling it off to the highest bidder. In fact, I just want to go back to this aptly named Back to Basics report from 2018, because in 2017 in the province, we launched a wetland protection strategy to run from 2017 to 2025. Southern Ontario's lost nearly 3/4 of its wetlands in the last 2 centuries, and wetland loss continues today. Wetlands provide vital wildlife habitat for species and important ecological services for people, including resilience to floods and other effects of climate change. Despite years of promises, the government continues to allow the loss of the few wetlands we have left. This was written in 2018. The 2017 Wetland Conservation Strategy proposed to halt the wetland loss by 2025. This is a good step, but it still allows 7 more years of damage, and we've seen that damage here in Hamilton. The government has done little to turn this target into meaningful action. Ontario's key failure is that wetlands generally receive no protection until the MNRF has got around to officially identifying each one as provincially significant. The evaluation process is slow, inefficient, and has a 260-year backlog, creating uncertainty for developers and constant wetland loss. Instead, all unevaluated wetlands should be protected, i.e. presumed significant until proven otherwise. That was our best recommendation back in 2018 from the province's top environmentalist. At the time, the Liberal government chose to ignore this. We have gone so far backwards. I'm so proud of the work that this committee and council has done in standing up for our wetlands locally. Of course, we need the Auditor General to investigate this, but we need to be really clear. Things are not just getting worse. They've gone from bad to worse, and these problems are not new, and we've needed significant action for a long time. Thank you.
Tell us how you really feel, Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair. On item 5.4, similar comments to my colleagues that when you've had 2 cabinet ministers resign in disgrace, 2 senior government bureaucrats resign in disgrace on the housing file, I think we were all really hoping for a new approach by the provincial government and the new minister, that there was actually some genuine good faith consultation and discussion with municipalities. And this is not genuine nor in good faith being asked to support or oppose a list of recommendations. You know, just looking at the cursory review here, almost every one has a poison pill that's been inserted. You know, do you support 1.5 million homes? Well, yes, but we're required to build to the provincially mandated growth targets. Do you want to amend the Planning Act to set growth in the full spectrum of housing supply and intensification within existing built-up areas? Well, yes, but we don't support just focusing on market. Do you want to modernize the building code and other policies to remove barriers to affordable construction? Yes, but we don't want to remove environmental components from the building code. We want to actually increase those. So, I mean, from my perspective, we might as well just check support in each one of these boxes here, send it back to the province, because they don't listen to us anyway. So what's the point in, you know, really delving into this in any meaningful way when there's really no meaningful discussion on the other end? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I have Councillor Brad Clark for a second time, please. Oh, sorry, before we go to Councillor Clark, Councillor Maureen Wilson for a first time.
Thank you. My apologies. The scribe is not responding. On 5.4, I just have to say that there was a time and a place where complexity was not a vice in politics and public policy. And so if we're going to continue to dumb down these discussions and not take our responsibility seriously and the knowledge that we know now, let's just dumb it down to this. Wetlands, good. More pavement and sprawl, bad. Okay, thank you. On to 5.6, Chair. These are a series of letters, heart-wrenching letters, some of them, from members of Friends of the Avery or people who have visited the Avery, which is located in Ward 1 in Churchill Park specifically. I would like to thank the Friends of the Avery for their unpaid labor in caring for birds that we own as the city. And the attention and care that they have given. In 2010, a decision was made by the previous council, not casting shade, but that an aviary would not be included in a master plan for Gage Park and that new greenhouse. And since the 1990s, the birds have been housed in a building that the city does not own, on lands that the city does not own in Churchill Park. The property and the land is owned by the RBG. The RBG have told the Friends and told the city and staff that they do not see an aviary in the future for this building. And regrettably, the building is deteriorating such that earlier this year, an engineer had to be brought in to bring an assessment. The city cannot put the funds into that asset because the city does not own the asset. So we're left in a bit of a dilemma. And I believe, as heart-wrenching and as hard as it is, the welfare of the birds has to be central in our decision, and I believe it is. And then the recommendation that was supported by committee, which is to afford staff, the veterinarian, and the Friends of the Aviary the runway that is necessary to ensure that we have a rehoming plan that puts the welfare of those birds central to all thinking, so that we're not having to make a last-minute decision, which might compromise that very health and security. So just wanted to set that out and to note that I've read every letter. I appreciate it. It's a hard decision, very hard, but I thank those who volunteered and who visited. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Before we go to second-time speakers, I have an additional speaker on the first-time list, and Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. I also wanted to speak to 5.4 briefly, just to say that when it comes to the issue of the Greenbelt and taking from what Councillor Danko said, right, I don't think we're dealing with something in good faith. I've said that before here. Tick boxes is the exercise. I've been opposing all the tick box exercises on this since day one. And the reason I've been doing that is because I knew that there was something going on here. It was being reported publicly. We could all see it rather clearly. And I think this is a moment for us to recognize that there's a rationality here that we're relying on before we fight back or take the next step that we have to be more critical of. We waited until there was an Auditor General's report. We waited until the Integrity Commissioner had something to say. And suddenly, because these two bureaucratic offices said it, it made it more real. It has been real since the very first day. So I hope that going forward on this council, we can start leading the charge by saying, nope, we all know this smells bad. We all know this is not good. And that's enough. That's enough for us to stand up and take a position. We don't need to wait around for the Integrity Commission and the Auditor General. And had they been less timely, where would we be? Had the report come out a year from now, where would we be? So I think it's important for us to demonstrate that leadership, and I'm grateful that we're all kind of on the same page about this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other first-time speakers, we'll now go to Councillor Brad Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to speak to 5.4 also. I have long espoused the theory that we need to respect the institution, we need to respect the office, and we need to respect the authority of those holding the office. It has become incredibly challenging to continue to espouse such theories when we are treated in such a manner. As a former progressive conservative minister of the Crown and MPP, I am profoundly disappointed in the behavior of this government and that it has continued. This task force response was not to the ministry or the municipalities, it was to the government of Ontario. It is up to them to decide whether or not they agree with the recommendations of their own task force. I find it equally disturbing and frustrating that the Premier has indicated on numerous times, as he is apt to repeat his speaking notes, I will make you whole. This is not making us whole. Making us whole is assessing the actual financial damage to the municipalities as a direct result of legislation and regulations that they have proclaimed. And then from that, acknowledging that deficit and making those municipalities whole. It is improper to suggest to any municipality that if you don't buy into this task force and click all those boxes, as Councillor Kretsch has indicated, and provide it back to the government by October the 16th, then you're not going to share in the 1.2 Building Faster Fund. The rules keep changing as we go forward, and they're not changing to assist municipalities. We have a job to do, and we have to do that job with earnest for the residents of Hamilton. Those are the people that we are accountable to. I can't and I stammer with my words because I can't seem to express the level of frustration and disappointment that I have in this government at this moment.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Mayor Andrea Horwath next, please.
Thanks very much. Can you guys hear me?
You are loud and clear.
Okay, great. I really appreciate this conversation about the survey or whatever, the questionnaire that they expect us to respond to. And I have to say, I think that the city has done a great job all the way along, both council as well as our community, people, residents of this city who have pushed back against this government's wrong-headed moves when it comes to development. And I mean both on the urban boundary issue as well as the Greenbelt issue. You can bet your bottom dollar that had the Auditor General, had the opposition not forced the Auditor General or requested the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner to do this work, they probably would have had to do it anyways. But the bottom line is, without their investigations, we wouldn't have gotten the information that we have around the depth of the corruption of the government. In other words, we all knew it was happening, but we didn't have the evidence. And the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner have the ability to compel documents and require people to give testimony. And so that's what happened, and that's how we knew that. Well, I guess what I'm really saying is that's gave us the proof of what we already knew. Sometimes that's what it takes, and it's unfortunate. I know that the other Ontario Big City Mayors folks are all looking at this as well. Some of them are simply doing I think a performative check off, as one of the councillors mentioned. They just tick off the boxes and send it in because it's just fluff. Others are taking it more seriously. Many have talked about the concerns that we are raising here around the lack of ability to provide detailed information and nuances. I think Councillor Danko was talking about nuance to some of these questions. So I'm happy that the staff are taking this seriously, and I think we should allow them to do their work. But I would agree that we don't just tick boxes, that we provide full information and not get stuck in some game, because as we've identified, too often when we participate in some of these initiatives, we don't know what it is around the corner that the government is going to do with the information, and we've had that happen in the past, and I'm also disappointed that it may be happening again. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor. Seeing no further speakers to communication items, I just want to clarify, Clerk, on 5.5, I thought I heard perhaps that Councillor Clark wanted to write a letter of our own. I want to make sure that that is, and I know I've already asked this, but just for clarity, that we have appropriate action to make that happen.
Deputy Mayor Beattie, we have changed the disposition to be endorsed and to write a letter to the Auditor General. So the motion would be the correspondence items as amended. Perfect. Thank you so much. So we have a mover and seconder. I believe at this time I'd look to council members to indicate their votes, please. And that carries unanimously 15-0. Moving on to Committee of the Whole. If I could get a motion from Councillor Francis to move into Committee of the Whole, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that Council move into Committee of the Whole for consideration of the committee reports.
Thank you. If Council members would indicate their vote in favor or opposed, please. And that also carries unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. We're moving on to item 6, committee reports, beginning with item 6.1, which is the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 23-008 from the meeting held September 12th, 2023. Councillor Cassar, if I could please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Selection Committee report.
You may, Deputy Mayor. Move myself, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, that Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 23-008, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. Any speakers to items within the report? I see, is it the mayor? No, that needs to be updated. Okay, there we go. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Can I speak to item 1? And I guess I'm asking the city manager. We receive a letter from an outsider who is not supposed to know what has transpired in an in-camera meeting. How can we as a municipality, and notwithstanding the Integrity Commissioner, because without evidence, the Integrity Commissioner is challenged in terms of investigating, how can we explore communications, do a deep dive to try to find out what has transpired here? Because it is incredibly disconcerting when councillors work very hard to maintain confidentiality and then someone either erroneously or deliberately releases that information to the public.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Looking to the city manager, please.
Through the city manager. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's you.
I obviously haven't had enough coffee
Deputy
today.
Mayor over here, not city manager over there.
Oh, wow.
You want to reset?
Well, yes,
Okay.
please.
We'll
Through
do
the
a mulligan
chair.
on that one.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a challenging situation because you know, sometimes some information is in public minutes that talks about votes and how votes are, and people start often inferring things that happened, and I don't know if that's the case in this situation. We've had one situation in my tenure here where we did have something from in camera that was provided out, and we did have the Integrity Commissioner come and do an investigation, and it is very challenging, and they couldn't come to any conclusion. You know, that would be the route to go again. I'm not sure it would lead to anything more fruitful than the first time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I support item number 1, but I felt that it was important that we raise it here publicly. There are reasons for going in camera, and when we breach that confidentiality, we frequently put the municipality at legal risk, which therefore puts the taxpayers at fiscal risk, and we must guard against it.
Thank you, Councillor. Just doing a quick scan around the horseshoe. Seeing Councillor Cameron Crutch, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm really concerned about this and about how this kind of discourse happens, how these conversations with outside parties occur. And yeah, I bet it's going to be hard for the Integrity Commissioner to investigate this. What are they going to do? Launch a full-scale investigation and interview every single person who's a member of the committee and who had access to the materials? Maybe. I do think it's worthwhile for us to think about as a corporation what we're doing about that. Because the Integrity Commissioner has a limited set of tools when it comes to exploring these options, these issues, because they're at an arm's length. So as a municipality, how are we first addressing this? There have been a series of, over the years, leaks of all kinds, and I don't think we've managed to resolve the majority of them from my readings. of the historical record. But I think we have to take it very, very seriously. And I think whatever we can do to support the Integrity Commissioner's investigation, great. But let's also then identify the gap here. Because if you're telling me that we had this happen last term of council and basically weren't able to figure it out, where's the gap, right? Like, there's a limited number of people in these rooms, right? It ought not to be that hard to figure out what's going on here. And so I think it's important for the Integrity Commissioner to interview everybody, and if they're not going to do it, that the city does that and fills the gap, to make sure we speak to everybody face to face and ask them, did you share this information with this person? That's an important step in this process, and I think we have to have that on the record so we know what we're dealing with. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
This was made very clear during committee. Just want to lift it up here. Not only is there concern about how information that was supposed to be in closed session got here, but the letter itself is inaccurate. Like, that's, we just have to put that out there as well, because it's talking about how selection committee made decisions. It's not that the only concern is that this was closed information. It's also just not accurate. And I just wanted to put that out there as well. It was made clear at committee in that conversation. Just haven't heard that made here, and just wanted to be quite explicit.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further speakers to the item, if we could indicate our vote now, please. And the motion carries 15-0. Moving on to 6.2, Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee 23-004 from the meeting conducted September 14th, 2023. Councillor Nan, if I could have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee report.
Thank you. Certainly you can, Deputy Mayor Beatty, that the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee Report 23-004, being the meeting that was held on Thursday, September 14th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? I don't see anything on the speakers list. And I don't see any hands. So if we would now go ahead and conduct our votes, please. And another perfect score, 15-0. That is approved. Moving on to 6.3, Planning Committee Special Report 23-014. From a meeting conducted September 14th in the sunny community of Ancaster. If I could have Councillor J.P. Danko, mover and seconder, to approve and receive the recommendations within the Special Planning Committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by First Vice Chair Councillor Tammy Wang, that Planning Committee Special Report 23-014, being the meeting held on Thursday, September the 14th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And just there was a significant development on this file between that meeting and when this report was prepared. So maybe we could go to General Manager Thorne for any further update he might have on where we are, what next steps would be, and the discussions with the provincial facilitator. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Go to GM Thorne, please.
Yes, through the chair, just a small update on this matter. Yes, following this planning committee, obviously the premier did make the announcement that the lands would be returned to the Greenbelt. I can note that in terms of the meetings held with the facilitator, staff did just hold the one meeting, which was that September 15th meeting respecting the Book Road lands, and we provided that communications update to council and the public following that meeting. So that was the only meeting. There weren't any scheduled at the time, and there obviously aren't any going to be scheduled in the future. We've indicated that to the facilitator that staff wouldn't be participating in any further meetings, and the facilitator has also indicated to us that they've received no direction to host any further meetings. So I suspect that will be the end of any of those conversations. We did reach out to the province to see if they had any timeline they could share in terms of when they would be going through the required legislative steps to return lands to the Greenbelt, and that's important to note that in addition to the Premier's announcement to actually make it official, there are certain legislative steps that must be undertaken to add those lands, to amend the Greenbelt plan to add those lands back in. So they have not been able to provide us with any timeline at this point in terms of when they would be initiating that process. The last thing I would note, just with respect to the report that you have in front of you, recommendation 1B does say that staff will be preparing a report summarizing the public comments that were received. It is still our intention to do that. I think that is important still to document the comments that were received at that planning committee meeting. So we will still be preparing that report, bringing it forward to planning committee for information as well, just out of respect for all the members of the public who came out that night to provide their comments and input.
Thank you, GM. And the comments were aplenty that evening. Any other speakers or questions? Seeing Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I think it's appropriate for us to give thanks to the people who came out to that meeting and who came out to the meeting prior to that at the Ancaster Arts Centre, which was at capacity. Over 100 were left outside. They still rallied and they made a point of coming to the meeting at the Ancaster Fairgrounds. I think, and I have said all along, the role of government is not to ensure that land investors get a return on their investment. The role of government is to listen, to take the load in understanding complexity, and then to lead into the decision and continue to listen. And a decision was made by this community, and I would argue it was led by this community on the issue of our urban boundary and of the Greenbelt. And sometimes we are all walking contradictions, but overall, when we pause for a moment, we are consistent in what we envision for this community and this city and its future. And it does not include unnecessary, unwanted sprawl. It does not include ripping apart natural heritage features, destroying more wetlands. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for all of those leaders, those citizen leaders who in fact have made a huge difference in our understanding of land development, in our understanding of consequence, and our understanding of what leadership is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seeing next, Councillor Craig Kazar, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also wanted to just briefly thank staff. There was 2 meetings held outside of normal venues, the Ancaster Memorial Arts Centre, which took a lot of logistical work and preparation, and not only having a second meeting there, but having to move it to another location on very, very short notice. Because of capacity and interest, which was great to see from the community. So I want to thank the planning staff, the clerk's office, but particularly want to call out Charlie Toman, who I know was leading this process. So thank you very much to Charlie and to everyone involved. Really appreciate it.
You're here. And I see universal agreement around the table, and I'm sure that those comments will be passed on to Planner Tillman. If there are no other speakers to this, we could now indicate our votes, please. And that carries unanimously 16-0. Moving on to 6.4, Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 23-009 for a meeting conducted on my birthday, September 15th, 2023. Happy birthday. Surprise. Councillor Kazar, if I could have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Selection Committee Report for Agencies. And I did not set it to the setting that I was supposed to. I apologize for that. Councillor Kazar, if you would bring forward a motion with a seconder for your report.
Thank you. Well, I first want to ask Councillor Clark maybe to sing happy birthday, but that may not be in order, so we'll save that for later.
You can't afford me.
Deputy Mayor, I move by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 23-009, being the meeting held on Friday, September 15th, Deputy Mayor's birthday, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein and be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Cassar, any speakers to the report? And seeing none, I will ask for a vote now, please. And that motion carries unanimously, 16-0. Thank you so much, folks. Moving on to 6.5, getting ahead of myself. Public Works Committee Report 23-013 for a meeting held on September 18th, 2023. Councillor Nan, if I could have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the report, please.
Certainly. That the Public Works Committee Report 23-013, being the meeting that was held on Monday, September 18th, 2023, not your birthday, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and it's seconded by Vice Chair Esther Pauls.
Thank you. I'm looking to the speakers list, seeing none, but I do see Councillor Maureen Wilson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take a few minutes to focus on item 8. Just toggling there now. Beg your pardon. At Public Works Committee, beg your pardon, for those who are not in attendance and or those who are not on the committee, which is actually very few of us. This is a motion that was brought forward by my colleague, Councillor Matt Francis in Ward 5. And it is with respect to Route 58 in Stony Creek and a consequence of a change made as part of our re-envision. Before I begin my line of questions, I do want it said that I assign no malintent to my colleague or ill will, but I do think I have an obligation as a governor to make sure that I am fully aware and that we are fully aware. And it's not necessarily the cost that I'm focusing on, which will be that of the budget, it is the consequence. So if I could best understand, I'm looking to see, is Director Cousin Heath? Oh.
I'm looking to the big screen, and I do see Director Cousin Heath present.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. If I could just ask for, before I begin my questions, a summary of what has happened to this route under the re-envision plan. Thank you. Through the chair.
Through the chair, good morning. Maureen Cousin Heath, Director of Transit. The Route 58 was discontinued this September after a review of its performance and the determination made that it was not meeting the service standards established by council, and in fact never has. That route is 4.5 kilometers long, and although certainly valuable to the community members who were using it, was replaced by a duplication of services that was also in the area due to the continuation of investments in transit in that local area as the 10-year strategy has advanced. So with the buildup of the routes around it, it was determined that we could discontinue that route and redeploy the resources elsewhere. What it meant was we took 2 peak buses, 4.5 FTEs, and approximately 8,000 service hours, 8 or 9,000 service hours, and we were able to put it elsewhere in the system, including the introduction of service on Sundays on both the A line and the B line, which of course are blast network routes and extremely important to the transit system as a whole. When the changes were communicated in the fall as part of our normal processes, notifications went up on stops, on shelters, etc. We did hear some discord from the community, as expected, and we have committed to taking a look at if there's anything that could be done as part of the 2024 budget cycle. But at the end of the day, the removal was the appropriate use of the resources for the system as a whole.
Thank you, Director. Looking to the councillor.
Thank you very much for that fulsome summary. I very much appreciate it. My next question is to pivot to that opportunity that we're trying to provide in looking at the system as a whole. Again, I understand why the councillor would bring this forward, but my responsibility as a governor in this re-envision is to look at the system as a whole, our riders as a whole, and to ensure that we're doing all that we can to ensure the success of what people told us during the re-envision exercise. So on the opportunity of the reassignment, could I ask further the importance of shifting those resources to the weekend, if I heard Director correctly, on the A and the B line? Please and thank you.
Thank you, Director.
To the Deputy Mayor, we previously did not have service on the A or B lines on Sundays, and this was an introduction of enhanced service on those routes, which is an opportunity to truly build ridership. What we've seen in just the first 3 Sundays is that there's been over 2,000 boardings in both of those routes on average each Sunday. So for us, that represents a true build in ridership, which is exactly what we're trying to accomplish from a whole system perspective.
Thank you. Councillor?
So thank you to the chair. I don't want that information to get lost. Previously, there was no service on Sunday for aged persons, for young persons, for students going to MAC, for people going to work, for people going to service. And now, within 3 weeks, already on the A line, the director has told us we're in excess of 2,000 new boardings, and on the B line, over 2,500 new boardings as a consequence of a system improvement with that objective of serving people who were previously left out and had no service on the line that carries this entire system. So that was the reason for why I did not vote for this proposal, because my concern is when we're implementing this redesigned network going forward, there are going to be instances where people are going to not be happy. And what we can't do as a governor, as a government, is start parsing away at individual lines, which in the totality will undermine the whole purpose of redesigning, so that we have a fulsome, modern, efficient, effective network that actually builds success, builds ridership, builds connectivity for those who need it, including people who previously had no service on Sunday, and now they do. So I will be asking respectfully for a separate vote on item 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Brad Clark next, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. I don't sit as a member of this particular committee, so much of the discussion is new to me, so I'd like to ask a few questions, if I may.
Certainly.
How many changes across the city were made in this re-engage to other bus routes?
I think that will go to Director Cousin-Heath.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the Route 58 was the only route that was retired through the changes. There were changes made off the top of my head to the 43 Stone Church, the 55, and I believe the 55A. So there were a number of routing changes that were implemented in order to add and increase services in the various areas serving, particularly Stony Creek was a big investment year for them this year. And as I mentioned, the one route was retired.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. May I inquire, Route 58, which is the one that is being retired, are there other buses driving the exact same route as Route 58?
Through
Substantive.
you, Director?
My apologies, through the Deputy Mayor. Yes, substantively, that route is duplicated by other services, and that's why we felt that the reduction was a normal realignment of services elsewhere.
Okay, Councillor?
May I ask how you define substantively?
Certainly. Through the Deputy Mayor. Our planning team uses a transit planning platform. We take a look at the routings, the road structure, the boardings, the deboardings over the 7 days a week, time of day, and we layer on a map each route and look for areas where there is a duplication of service. In some circumstances, it could be 100% duplication of service. In other, it could be 75% or upwards. And in some cases, there will be a natural overlap just because it is on a main transit corridor. However, that route was 4.5 kilometers long. And as it was serviced by other routes, it was a natural decision for transit staff to make based on the metrics to redeploy those resources elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor?
I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor, if I got an answer to the question. So Route 58, you indicated that substantively we can provide the same service with other bus routes that are traveling the same route. I'd like to know, if I'm looking at a map and Route 58 is no longer there, are there buses traveling that same route that for all intents and purposes would mean a virtual changeover to the residents? They just get on a different bus, it's the same route.
That's correct. They would be able to do so.
So the difference between this route and where the predominant number of residents are going, I understand that the only issue was that they need to take a transfer to get off that bus and go to another one, which means they stand on a corner for a set period of time waiting for the next bus.
Director?
Through the Deputy Chair, my apologies. Could you repeat the question, Councillor Clark?
Yes, I can, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I'm trying to understand why the residents are so upset if it's the same route, that if there's a different bus traveling along the same route, they get on that bus and it takes them to the same locations. You indicated that it was substantively the same route. I'm asking, are the residents that are taking this route being forced to get off the bus at some point and grab another bus through a transfer, rather than take them to the original location of the 58?
Thank you. Director?
Through the Deputy Chair, thank you for clarification. So the Route 58 is totally duplicated by Routes 5 and 44. The old Route 58 did allow for a direct trip to Eastgate Square, and in the current formation, there will be some customers that may have to transfer one bus to do that same trip.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thank you. Can I go back in time a little bit, if I may? The previous council, when we began I guess it was the Re-Envision program, we gave direction to staff to review all bus routes in the city of Hamilton to rationalize the service and ensure that there is no duplication of service so that we can find resources to transfer to other routes. Is this the process that has been undertaken here?
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, Councillor, it is.
Councillor?
I just have comments, and I'll be brief. The previous council did make that request of the HSR staff. And at the time, I remember very clearly, folks around this table were a little bit nervous about what we were going to see. The potential was an entire gutting of the HSR service and changing the entire system, and some folks would be without service. But unless I'm wrong, what I'm seeing here is the service is still available. It has changed slightly, and there may be some residents that have to take a transfer. I take the Stone Church route, and I have to get a transfer at Upper Wellington or any of the other cross-line buses in order to get down to City Hall. Folks are doing that right across the city. My transfer takes a half an hour because buses don't run in the suburbs to the same frequency as other areas. So what I'm hearing from staff is that Route 58 has been removed, that other routes are taking over that route, and that there may be a few residents who are needing to transfer to get to Eastgate Square. The HSR service is still being provided. Yes, it is a nuisance, it is a change, and it can be confusing, but we have not withdrawn service. And so I'm having challenges with the request that we reverse what we directed staff to do. We ask them to do things. They are difficult decisions. They come back with that decision. And then if we begin to gerrymander that decision, it becomes problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor J.P. Danko next, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So similar to my vote and comments at the Public Works Committee, I will not be voting in support of item 8 on the Public Works Committee. Through you to staff, I think Councillor Maureen Wilson started the discussion on the significance of these changes to the system as a whole. But my understanding is the Route 58 Stony Creek represents 4.5 FTE staff, 2 peak buses, and 8,000 service hours that were then reallocated to, I believe it was the 43 Stone Church for peak weekday service, and as was discussed, the A-line and B-line Sunday service. Am I remembering that correct?
Okay, I'm going to look to, Director Cousin-Heath, please.
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor?
Thank you. Just to focus in on the A-line being a rapid transit corridor and also a priority for our city in terms of the airport growth and employment lands. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, could the director just perhaps enlighten council a little bit with the discussions that we've had with the airport employers, with Amazon, about the importance of improving service on the A-line and in particular Sunday service?
Thank you. Director?
Through the Deputy Mayor. The A-line is obviously one of our core routes in our system. It travels from Bayfront all the way up to the airport. And as you mentioned, the airport as a major employment hub and as a major tourism hub is certainly an area that has been requesting additional service for years. And moving Sunday service out into the airport opens up access to employment, opens up access to travel, and really is a long-awaited service. As we recover from COVID and as we look to build out the transit network, we need to invest our service hours in our off-peak because it's an equity issue and helps us balance our service out. So by making big moves like Sunday service on the B line and A line, it's ticking many boxes for us as we build that network out.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. With very encouraging results, with only a few weeks in service, over 2,000 Sunday boardings, compared to Route 58, which I believe only had 1,700 boardings for an entire week. A follow-up question on, Councillor Clark mentioned the Re-envision campaign. Just to help my memory, when did we start that? I believe it was 3 years ago.
Through you to Yes, Director, go ahead, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Re-envision started back in approximately 2018, 2019, and then hit a bit of a pause during the pandemic, but certainly has picked back up with the recent release of the redesign network.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thank you. So more than 4 years, we've been talking about the Re-envision campaign, which was going to remap all of the HSR routes through the entire city with a priority on strategically realigning the system for the benefit of all users. So through you, can I ask what consultation was done as part of the Re-envision campaign?
Thank you, Director.
To the Deputy Mayor. So Re-envision was the largest public engagement that transit has ever taken, headed back to the days when it first began. And our redesign network is out for public consultation right now until the end of the month. This past year and years prior, we have attended councillor sessions in the communities. We've gone to public events like the Peach Festival. We've been out talking. We've had surveys public open on our website for many years. We've had a customer panel that we've established. We do onboard CSTAT rating and public surveys. So there has been a fairly comprehensive opportunity for people to understand that the transit network in Hamilton is going through a transformation and provide feedback.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. So the largest public consultation campaign ever, I know it's something that we've been consulting with residents for years now. And I think when we entered into that, we all understood that there were going to be significant changes to the network, and that was going to mean that there were going to be growing pains along the way and challenges. You know, I do sympathize with my colleague that this is one of the first changes that does have an impact. But I'm very concerned that if we start going down this road that we're motioning reviews every time a change is made, that leads to motioning route changes, that leads to motioning where bus stops are. And I don't think that it's appropriate for this council to get involved at the political level on operational decisions that we have already given the delegated authority to HSR to make for the benefit of the system as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Matt Francis up next, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple quick questions and then a comment. Just want to know, was anyone specifically consulted on the removal of the 58 bus?
Thank you, Director.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we did not directly communicate with the residents who use that route. We have subsequently done ride-arounds and visits with them to see how they're adapting to the new routing changes.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Do we know the demographics of the riders of the 58 bus?
Director?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I do not have that information at the ready, but based on my knowledge of the neighborhood, we have a good understanding of the demographic of the neighborhood.
Okay. Councillor?
I know the demographic very well, and I'm simply looking for solutions in a report back with consultations that should have taken place. The reason I brought this forward is because it affects primarily our seniors. If we want to be an equitable city and provide equitable service, we cannot force our seniors and people with disabilities to stand out in the blistering cold and cross a busy and dangerous intersection to get downtown Stoney Creek from Eastgate Mall. No consultations were done, and if it was, it would have been demonstrated that those who rely on the 58 are our most vulnerable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Kim Crutch, please.
I'm also going to be maintaining my vote to not vote in favor of this. And frankly, Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor John Paul Danko said the majority of what I was going to say. And I appreciate, frankly, their reliance on the facts, reliance on staff's advice. And I think this is an issue of equity. I think that as we look for efficiencies in our transit system, we have to make choices that represent underserved areas, underserved days, that can have an impact to increase that ridership by thousands. I think there's an opportunity here too. If there's a concern, as the ward councillor is raising, about shelter and protection, that we look into putting a shelter perhaps in an area where we need to have better protections, right? Like that's the thing we can do as a city. We can recognize that these changes may come with infrastructure challenges like putting in shelters or changing where shelters are to ensure that riders are kept out of those conditions. That's still a possibility. That can still happen outside of this. But I think that thousands of folks are already benefiting from this so early on. This is, I think, a responsible way to create efficiencies within the system, and I'm going to support what the staff are doing here and not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Brad Clark for a second time, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I apologize, I should have asked this question. I heard 4.5 FTEs and I heard 8,000 hours of service on the HSR. Can those values be provided with a financial dollar? What's the cost of 4.5 FTEs or 8,000 hours?
Thank you, Director.
To the Deputy Mayor, I'm just conferring with my colleague to get the number. It's in the millions of dollars, but I'm looking for a specific figure.
I wish I had the track from Jeopardy right now.
That would be awkward. Sorry, it is approximately $1 million in value of savings that was redeployed elsewhere.
Thank you, Director. Councillor?
Thank you for that. And with respect to this motion to undo or restore, respectfully, Councillor, it says that would allow for the restoration of direct connectivity. So it's doing an assessment to do that. If we were to successfully reverse this decision, that would mean an additional $1 million on the levy because we have already committed the service hours to the other line. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
I'm going to look to the Director for a comment on that, please.
To the Deputy Mayor, the $1 million is operating cost. We would also need to address the fact that we've used 2 buses elsewhere in our system.
Councillor?
Can we equate a cost to that?
Buses are hovering just under $1 million each, and we would need 2 of them.
Thank you.
So
Councillor?
we're looking at $3 million to replace the lost service of 58 if we wish to reverse the decision.
Director?
Yes.
And lastly, Councillor Kretsch made an interesting point with regards to shelters. Has the HSR included in their changes the construction of bus shelters at the most appropriate locations where transfers are occurring?
Thank you, Director.
To the Deputy Mayor, yes, the infrastructure review and improvements are already underway.
Thank you.
Okay. I see first-time speaker Mark Tattison, please.
I think there's a misunderstanding, and I may be misunderstanding, but I don't think that the councillor who put this motion forward is looking for re-implementation of Route 58. What I think the councillor is looking for is potential routing options to allow the restoration of direct connectivity. I don't think that means 4.5, FT. I don't think that means a whole bunch of money, as we just heard from Councillor Clark's statements. I think he's just looking for tweaking. And if we stop and we just say staff have made their decision and that everything is going to fly just perfectly without receiving feedback, I think we're going down the wrong path. I think we need to continually improve and continually look at tweaking things. And if it requires a little bit of rejigging by staff, I'm all for that, because that's what we're here for, to govern, to help them make decisions about what's best based on feedback. That's where I lie on this. That's why I will be supporting the motion, because going forward, if things come up that we need change and it's in your council ward or your ward, I'm going to be for that because we need to keep looking at improving the system and not stand pat with what's been decided a year ago.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm gonna throw it to the former deputy mayor just for a moment because I do have a question. So I'm letting Councillor Matt Francis, if you just put on your microphone there for a second and take the chair, and then I have a question for you, and I'm just wondering. There seems to be a lot of concern around. Yeah.
Respectfully, the motion that we're discussing is Councillor Francis's. He should not be in the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a little green up here. In that case, I'll throw it to Councillor Nand. Thank you.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you for that catch. I do appreciate it, and I want to make sure that we do this procedurally correct. There is some consternation over the terminology of restoration. If there was a change in the wording on this, because it looks like it will be pulled out for a separate vote, that would remove restoration and simply look for staff to identify potential connectivity from King Street to Eastgate Square. Would that remain in alignment with your intent?
Well, I just want to be clear here, through you, Chair, that when we say restoration of direct connectivity, I mean, that could mean exactly what Councillor Taddison was saying, like a rerouting of a different or an existing line, not putting in 4 FTs and 2 buses to get the existing line back. It could mean exactly that. So that's how I read that. That's how I interpret that. But if that needs to be changed, I'm happy to do so. But that's the intent of this.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the chair back. I don't see, sorry, I do see continued speakers on the list. Councillor Esther Pauls, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. I recall at the meeting that the main reason was that people weren't consulted. A route was taken out and people did not know about it. And I was wondering if I could ask, is there a specific way we communicate with people when one route is taken out and just focus on the people that use that route?
Okay, I'll look to Director Cousin-Heath, please.
To the Deputy Mayor. In prior years, we have sent direct targeted mail pieces to residents where the route was going to be removed. We acknowledge and have acknowledged that we missed that this year because we were more focused on our redesign. So while we did miss that and apologize for it, the communication of the route retirement was publicized several weeks in advance. And again, we felt confident that they would learn to adapt to making the one transfer, which is something that is replicated citywide elsewhere in our system.
Okay.
So
Councillor
thank you for
Pauls?
that. And the reason I did vote for it, because I think in this, we all know that we need to consult with our residents. We're doing that. We want to be transparent. And this was not done. So, and that's the reason I supported the motion. And I think we have to be more careful when we take out a route and make sure specifically we let the people know, because it could be problematic for the people using it. So thank you for that, and I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Seeing next on the speakers list, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. What an interesting discussion. I think the positionality of us around this horseshoe, not where I was expecting on a transit issue. Hearing lots of asks from folks to say, hey, this is a service reduction and we need to invest in our transit system, make sure folks get the service they deserve. And I love this conversation about transit service standards because we need transit service standards across our city to ensure that residents are getting where they need to go. As we've heard, there are transfers across the city. There are other types of transfers. And what we've been able to do is by thinking of ourselves as one city, not 7 little fiefdoms, not 15 wards, but one city, one transit system, we've been able to help more Hamiltonians use the bus, more Hamiltonians get where they're going directly. And yes, there are transfers in the system now, and those transfers are more equitably shared across the system. If we want to address the fact that people are waiting at bus stops, myself included, let's address that through a service standard conversation. Let's raise them for everyone across the city. I cannot think of something more fiscally irresponsible than picking route by route by route and tinking here and tinking there. We are currently underway in the largest engagement in our history on the HSR. It's open until September 30th. Every single resident of this city can share right now on an active engagement form how they're feeling about these changes, and that can be shaped into how future routes are planned and how service standards are planned across the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seeing second-time speaker, Councillor, no? Okay. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's really appreciating the conversation as well, maintaining my vote at Public Works Committee. And for the last speaker's points, exactly, there are a number of opportunities for consultation throughout this process and currently right now. If there are residents who, from this motion, who could benefit from participating in that survey and being consulted right there, there's your solve. I am concerned about council engaging in operational shifts and changes when council has already provided direction for the most in-depth comprehensive review of our entire routing system. First time in 100 years that we're finally looking at this holistically so that all of our residents are benefiting from the HSR system. And I think that it's really, really important. I do take caution, and I do hear very clearly what councillors are saying, that they want their individual residents to have a direct say, that when our residents are providing that feedback, that we heed that feedback and do what we can as councillors to adjust service levels, etc. But it needs to be done in a holistic way, and I think that that's really critical in order to support the integrity of the system and the operational standards that we've established. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan. Second-time speaker, Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to address what my colleague, Councillor Chattison, said. This is not about specifically about your motion, Councillor Francis, but about sort of what you were saying with respect to looking at these details, coming here as governors and kind of working through them. I think there's lots of strategic conversations for us to have as councillors, and that's our role, in my opinion, right? There are also a lot of issues here that aren't necessarily around professional expertise that we deal with. Sometimes we're dealing with something that's frankly a little philosophical, or we're dealing with something that's broader in tone, or an issue that's emerging, and then we're having a conversation about that and trying to help guide the organization. This isn't that. This is a highly technical, operational issue that has so many moving parts, and as Councillor Nan said, is once in a century opportunity for our staff to take a holistic approach to this. When we interfere, I think, in the operations in this way, we undermine the ability for that holistic process to be carried out. And I saw in the previous term of council times when this happened and was shocked that we would be making motions on individual routes and route changes because it did have negative impacts. And I'm worried this will continue to have negative impacts if we start looking at re-examining, questioning our staff on these kinds of technical things, right? Or they're bringing expertise and saying, I'm not putting words in their mouth, but they're saying quite clearly, look, we think we've made the right choice here. So I think we have to support that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I see no further speakers. I'm doing a quick scan of the horseshoe. I see no hands up. There has been a will to lift item 8 for a separate vote. Procedurally, Clerk, how do we go about doing that? Requiring what exactly?
We can put that vote up right now.
Very good.
And then we would do the balance of the Public Works report following that.
While we do that, are there any other items that members may wish to see lifted and voted on separately within this report, just so that we capture this up front? And I see none, so I see Councillor Mike Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not asking for a lift. I just wanted to make a comment on a different item in the report, but this conversation kind of took it over. But if I could just make a brief comment on item 8 in the Public Works report, whenever you think that's okay, that's all I'm looking to do. Thank you.
This is item 8, Councillor Spadafora. What was the item that you wished to
Sorry, item 3, the in-service review of Upper Paradise.
Okay, item 3. So we know that we're going to tease out item 8. So we'll proceed then with having you speak to item 3, and then we'll come back and do the vote on item 8 and then the balance of the report.
Thank you, Chair. And just again wanted to echo my thanks to Director Ayal, Manager Field, and the True North Safety Group that did the review for Upper Paradise. Obviously, we know the incidents that have happened over there, one this past June and one a few years back. And although the timeline here for the reconstruction of Upper Paradise may be longer than we would want, I'm happy to see that we'll have some changes to the road in 2024 to enhance and make it somewhat more safer, and then continue along that path to make Upper Paradise hopefully safer for students, residents, the elderly, everybody that uses Upper Paradise, not only for St. Thomas More School, but for the surrounding commercial plazas and for exercise within their own neighborhoods. So again, thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing the improvements on Upper Paradise in the near future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Seeing no other speakers to any other items, we will now proceed to a vote on item 8, please. This is being pulled out, item 8, which is the motion from Councillor Francis regarding Route 58 in Stoney Creek. Okay, that is defeated 7-9 or 9-7. We're now going to move on to the balance of the report. Please indicate your vote now. Right, that carries 16-0. Moving on to item 6.6, which is the Planning Committee Report 23-015 from the meeting held September 19, 2023. Councillor Danko, if you would kindly bring forward a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This is moved by myself, seconded by First Vice Chair, Councillor Tammy Wang, that Planning Committee Report 23-015, being the meeting held on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Looking around the horseshoe to see if there are any speakers to this report, and seeing none, if you could indicate your vote, please. And that carries 16-0. Moving on to 6.7, General Issues Committee Report 23-025 from the meeting held September 20th. I remember that the chair of that meeting was fantastic. Councillor Francis, if I could please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the GIC Committee Report.
The chair was fantastic, and this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that the General Issues Committee Report 23-025, being the meeting held on Wednesday, September 20th, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, I'm looking around the horseshoe. I don't see any speakers on the speakers list. So with that, we'll move to a vote. Please indicate your vote now. And that carries unanimously, 16-0. Thank you. Moving on to 6.8, Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 23-014 for the meeting held September 21st, 2023. Councillor Kretsch, if I could have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report, please.
You can definitely have it. That the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 23-014, being the meeting held on Thursday, September 21st, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and is seconded by Vice Chair Extraordinaire Tammy Huang.
Thank you. Vice Chair Extraordinaire. Has a good ring to it. Looking around for any speakers, any discussion on the report, and seeing none, if we could move to a vote, please. Please indicate your vote now. And that carries 16-0. Thank you. 6.9, Emergency and Community Services Report 23-012 for the meeting held September 21st, 2023. Councillor Clark, if I may have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the report, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Craig Assar that the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 23-012, being the meeting held on Thursday, September the 21st, 2023, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, I see Councillor Tom Jackson followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson to this. Please proceed.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie. I wanted to speak to 3 items, item 1, item 8, and item 9 as well. So I'll just go chronologically in order, and if you have other speakers, I'll stop at that point, and I reserve the right to stay on your speakers list for the other 2.
So sorry, you want to speak to all 3 at once, or you want to speak to one, see if anyone else has a comment?
The latter. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Deputy Mayor?
Absolutely. Let's
Thank you. Thank you very much. And item 8, I would eventually want to have a separate vote on item 8, please.
And Councillor, if you wouldn't mind letting me know as you're speaking which item you were speaking to again, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. Item 1, I'll start with Snow Angels Program Sustainability. I'm going to, with a hope and a prayer, support what staff have brought forward from Director Bonnie Elder's division. This is a complete reversal of the approximate 20 years we had Snow Angels program in our community, Deputy Mayor Beattie. At one time, we had up to 500 seniors across the city that were on the waiting list to receive snow clearing services from volunteers. The best we ever matched that expectation and demand in the community was about 250. So approximately 50% of a maximum list of seniors that needed, and those with disabilities, needed snow clearing assistance and service from the municipality. The volunteer program at its very best only was able to meet matching of 50% of it. And so I suppose, Deputy Mayor, after trying very hard, vigorously, desperately, encouraging, motivating, inspiring volunteers across our city to be part of this wonderful program. And in many cases, the city did an outreach to students, to school boards of all different varieties to try to encourage students to help out at the time of winter to clear the snow for a senior that was a shut-in in his or her home. Unfortunately, it just never ever met full expectations. And so staff have decided a novel, innovative, different direction here, which I'm giving them my support. I have my doubts that it will be fulfilled to staff's expectations, but what this new program will do, it will offer those that are eligible, and of course there's income criteria primarily, it will offer those that are eligible, and staff are projecting about 144 seniors and those with disabilities across our city. I would humbly suggest the demand in the community and the need in the community is much greater. But staff are projecting 144 residents will qualify for the new program, and staff will issue those that qualify a chit for $450 to hopefully cover X number of snowstorms that will occur across the city. Remember now, the $450 per household could end up covering, if there's only 1 or 2 major snowstorms, terrific. If there's 8 to 10, as many winters we've had, including last winter, I think we had 6 severe snowstorms in February and mid-March alone. Whether that $450 will hold out and be enough for that senior living in their home to pay for private services, I guess time will tell. But I wanted to commend staff for trying to be innovative, creative with a new program, looking in the past 20 years and saying, let's try, Councillor Jackson, something different, something new. My only plea, and I'm just not looking for staff to respond, because we had a good, robust discussion at ECS committee. I would just hope that if that 145th person, if the 195th person, if the 215th person comes forward, hears about the program, the $450, and wants to register and qualifies, I would hope staff would simply not say, look, folks, sorry, 144 is our maximum this year, you're on your own. I would hope staff would at least keep a consummate list of the increased need and demand in the community, that when they report back at the end of next winter season, Deputy Mayor Beattie, they'll have a robust results and outcome of how the new program was implemented and its overall outcomes, and we can decide then if we need to increase the level of support from the municipality. So long speech, Deputy Mayor Beattie, to say with fingers crossed, I'm hoping the $111,000 here that was in the original Snow Angels budget will be sufficient. I hope 144 seniors will take advantage of it, and I suspect we'll hear about more in the community, and that we keep an open mind at the end of next winter season. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. That was exactly 5 minutes too, miraculously. I just want to make sure, procedurally, Clerk, if you could just refresh my memory. The councillor has indicated wishes to speak to 3 different items within. Does that then qualify as a first, second, third round with 5 minutes each, or what's the best way? Just so I respect the councillor's opportunity to speak and make sure that the time is properly allotted.
The councillor would be speaking for 5 minutes on each item. Okay, it's not condensed because
Perfect.
he's already told you that he's going to speak on one.
Wonderful. Got it. No problem. Okay, so we are on item 1. I do see a speakers list in front of me. I'm going to go through and just see if these are speakers to item 1, starting with Councillor Maureen Wilson, item 1. No. Councillor Cassar, item 1. Yes. Please proceed.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. The issue of snow removal was a big one in Ward 12 the past winter, as I know it was across the city, and there was a lot of ask for help. As pointed out by Councillor Jackson, the Snow Angels program did not meet that need. And I don't sit on the ECS committee, so I just had a couple of questions, partially been answered by Councillor Jackson. But first question to staff would be, at a high level, can you outline what the qualifications are to receive this funding? Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm moving to Director Hurstick for that.
Chris Hurstick, Acting General Manager of Community Services. Through the chair, we have Manager Erica Brimley, the author of the report, to be able to answer questions on this item.
Thank you. Acting
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. My apology.
You can proceed. Go ahead.
Through the chair, the qualification is there will be no change from the current Snow Angels eligibility, which would be that they are 65 years or older, or they are physically incapable of removing snow. They must own and live in their own home, and they do not have any other able-bodied person living in the home, and they must meet the financial eligibility threshold of the Stats Canada low-income measure that was approved by Council in 2001. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Okay, and yeah, off the top of your head, through you, Deputy Mayor, what is that low-income measure?
Erica?
Through the chair, the low-income measure is through the Stats Canada, and it's based on a family size and a threshold after tax. So, for example, a family size of 1, that threshold would be $26,570.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Okay, thank you for that. And I heard there'd be a voucher for $450 through you, Deputy Mayor. So that is just to spend with a contractor to remove snow from the driveway, windrow. Is that a correct interpretation through you?
Okay, I'm looking to Erica for response.
Through the chair, they would be issued issued the $450 for the snow season, and they could use it towards snow removal services of their choice.
Okay, Councillor?
Okay, thank you. And then how is the public informed so that they know they can apply and that the service exists and it has changed? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Erica?
Through the chair, those that were eligible in the 2022-2023 snow season, staff will be connecting with them and advising them of applying online and or contacting through this special supports program, and staff will be supporting them through that process. Anyone new applying also will be able to go to the City of Hamilton website and be linked to the new online application and or contacting the staff at the special supports program through the Ontario Works program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Deputy Mayor, I would share the sentiment that Councillor Jackson expressed, that this, based on limited data that I have, I would suspect that this does not fulfill all the need throughout the city. I think the income element is probably a barrier for some who need the service but have a greater income. I don't know for sure, just speaking out loud or sharing my thoughts out loud here. I think there'll be some more work to do. And in terms of helping inform the public about this, and More 12, my ward office would absolutely help get the word out there. So I'm appreciative of the answers and the new thinking here. I think there still might be more work to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. I'm looking to see if Councillor Clark is speaking to item 1. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. In the $450, how are we confirming that the $450 is being spent on snow removal?
Thank you, Councillor. Who am I looking to? I guess I'm looking to Erica for a response on that.
Through the chair, we will be requiring eligible residents to complete a verification payment log of confirming of their payments and the amounts, and including the dates of the snow event that they had it cleared.
Thank you, Manager Brimley. Councillor?
And thank you. If we're dealing with senior citizens who have $26,000 or less annually of income, and we're requiring that they pay for the service and then submit their bill, isn't that defeating the purpose of the program? They don't have the money.
I'm going to look to Manager Brimley for a response.
Through the chair, we are discussing providing half of the amount upfront to the seniors with the verification provided to receive continued eligibility through the program and subsidy.
Thank you, Councillor.
And in the off chance that it doesn't snow, what happens to the money that was advanced?
We will continue to, sorry. Through the chair, we will continue to monitor, and if the resident was to return back asking for further funding, we would request the eligibility or the verification of the payment from the first payment, that a subsidy that we received.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. When I'm reading the motion, the first line says that council approved the plan for Snow Angels program with a base budget of $111,310. And then, of course, we talk about the $450 per household. There's nothing in this that indicates that there is a cap on this program. So if through the publicity, we see a significant increase in requests, and it exceeds the $111,000. How are we addressing that?
Thank you, Manager.
Through the chair, staff will continue to monitor the program, and if we do see significant increase of requests, we will be returning to council prior to the June 2024 to request additional funding.
Thank you, Councillor.
So there is no cap on the budget of $111,000 then?
There is a cap, through the chair, there is the cap of the $111,310 to support the 144 residents. And then staff will continue to monitor the uptake of that program and report back to council.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor?
can I ask then, how did we come to the calculation of 145 households? Because there are many, many more households who are in that $26,000 age 65 range, incapable of doing it themselves across this city. In my ward, we're close to 20%.
Manager?
Through the chair, the 111,310 is the current Snow Angel budget. Staff included is recommended for a 0.5 FTE to support the program out of that 111,310. And in addition, $1,000 towards Flamborough, and then the remaining balance was divided through how many residents we could support with the remaining budget.
Thank you. My last question, if I may. How many municipalities across Ontario run a similar program where they pay residents to clear their snow if they have low income and they're seniors?
Through the chair, there are a few municipalities that also offer a subsidy program, and they range between $250 to $450.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you.
Don't see any more speakers. Oh, I have Councillor Ted McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair Beatty. Just a footnote. The Snow Angels program has been relatively successful in Flamborough. In fact, there was some alarm when word was getting out that it was perhaps at some risk. The program is run through a group called Flamborough Connects, which is a very, very well-respected group that does a lot of outreach, phoning seniors, that sort of stuff. And it's their intent to continue. They're actively recruiting volunteers now. I just want to footnote that as a historical fact. And I guess I see this program as a potential supplement to some of their work. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I'm going to throw the chair over to Councillor Nan just for a moment so that I can just speak to this. Very similar to what Councillor McMeekin has outlined in the community that he represents in the Stoney Creek community. We have an organization known as Seniors Outreach Services, which has a rather robust program very similar to what's been described here, and they are also in the process of actively recruiting seniors to, volunteers to help with administrating the snow clearing operations through their programming, and it'll be interesting to see how this all aligns. I'm wondering, through the chair, the reporting that's noted in section D of this item, that staff bring back a report to council in 2024 with an update of the program. I'm wondering if there would be a breakdown by community. It doesn't necessarily have to be ward specific, but generally geographically, because I would find it interesting to see how the program rolls out in areas that already have companion programs administered by other organizations. I think that data might be interesting for communities like Stoney Creek, communities like Flamborough that have these robust volunteer programs in place. I'm wondering if Manager Brimley might be able to speak to how that reporting may come back.
Thank you. Manager?
Through the chair, that is correct. Staff will be reporting back on the by ward or by district areas. We'll be able to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Nan. I see one additional second-time speaker to item 1 from the report.
For item 1, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I failed to mention when I spoke earlier that the biggest issue that we heard about in Ward 12 was not snow removal in general, is with windrows. And windrows, for those that don't know, and I just learned within the last year, that's the snow left behind by the snowplow blocking the end of the driveway. And I think last year it was particularly heavy. I experienced that myself. So in many cases, snow removal was doable for residents, and it was the windrow removal that was the barrier. So certainly more than 144 people would be dealing with that and incapable of removing them. And initially wanted to explore a motion to deal with, or a process with staff to deal with windrows. I don't think that this does that. So that's something that I will pick up again, and I know Councillor McMeekin and I were talking about that. Don't expect that that would have impact to this year, given where we're at on the calendar, but I think it's something that's necessary and we'll need some more conversation offline. So thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, again, seeing no further speakers to item 1, would now then indicate, I think that Councillor Tom Jackson has a couple of other items he'd like to tease out. So if I can throw it back to you, Councillor, for your next item you wish to open up.
Great conversation and discussion on the Snow Angels. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie. Item 8, I would prefer if the mover of the motion, Councillor Maureen Wilson, who championed this at committee, I would be more than willing to wait a further turn down the line if she wanted to speak first. But keep me on the list to speak to number 8.
To number 8,
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Okay, we're throwing it back to you, Councillor Jackson. You had one more item that you wanted to speak to. I think Councillor Maureen Wilson has given the floor back to you.
So you want me to speak to number 8 first? Me? Ward 6? Okay.
Oh my God.
So thank you, Councillor Maureen Wilson, champion of this motion. Gender-based safety audit. We had a terrific discussion, had excellent presenters. I believe it was Manager Kirby from the YWCA who spoke at ECS committee again, Deputy Mayor Beattie. And just to get to the therefore be resolves, it's about the YWCA leading the development of a gender-based safety audit in Hamilton, working in collaboration with our city staff and partners. And there's about 6, 7 recommendations under the therefore be resolved. I want to get to the C part, that the aim of the safety audit review, Deputy Mayor Beattie, is to compile evidence-based data, input, suggestions, recommendations on barriers to women, girls, gender diverse individuals, safety and security in public spaces, with a particular focus on the following realms: future LRT stations, select HSR stops, City of Hamilton Park redevelopment plans, City of Hamilton Rec Center facilities, city streets, intersections, city trails and escarpment staircases, any other space highlighted by the audit participants. And I just think it's so timely. I must say myself, Deputy Mayor Beattie, I'm hoping that through this study that maybe behavioral changes will occur across the spectrum and society in terms of greater respect for women and girls, in terms of feeling as secure and safe across our city as those of us of my gender primarily do already. And I want to say that in the past year or so, I've never had so many both female members of our community mentioned to me, and I'm not going to pretend to say it's an avalanche, Deputy Mayor Beattie, but enough to cause me concern that I haven't heard for a long time of women not feeling as safe walking in different parts, and not to at all specifically talk about any particular geographic area, but just generally concern about their safety of walking in our city from time to time. Often many of them had mentioned to me after work, typical office type of day, 5:30. And concurrently, from the male gender side, a number of my constituents who have workplaces where there's an integration of male and female employees, where the request from female employees was that the male would escort them to their car, to the bus stop, so that they did not have to look over their shoulders in any concerns of where they were in our community, walking alone to that destination. And I would have never been able to lead this type of initiative at all. I sincerely, with great respect and adoration, thank Councillor Maureen Wilson especially given her gender as well. And again, of course, this is for non-binary, diverse peoples as well. It's included in here. But I'm hoping through this study, we can make great improvements so every single citizen of our city feels safe going wherever they want to across across Hamilton. And I'm hoping, maybe naively, optimistically, that behavioral changes will occur as well. And I think I sent an email to conclude, Deputy Mayor Beattie. I sent an email to all my colleagues on the evening of Take Back the Night March. The irony of all ironies, sadly, unfortunately, was that there was an assault right during that march, the very day that the committee unanimously approved this motion. So I'm hoping for better, safer days ahead with the outcome of this study, and I'm fully supportive. And again, thank Councillor Maureen Wilson for bringing it forward. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Thank you, Councillor Tom Jackson. We have up next Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Narinder Nan, and if we could add Councillor Brad Clark to the list as well. Councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to thank my colleague, Councillor Jackson. As I noted at committee, when I was first elected in the fall of 2018, one of the very first functions I attended was the Status of Women dinner, and he and I sat together. I think we were alone in terms of council representation. I'm not sure, but as I said at committee, an alliance was formed in terms of talking about the importance of talking about gender issues and gender diversity. So very appreciative of his willingness to second and support and his words that were just spoken. I'm asking for a little bit of latitude, but I do believe the events that happened on Thursday night are directly related to the content of the motion and the direction that is proposed. Take Back the Night is a night where women and gender diverse people can get together and say, we have a right to the city. And our safety and security, we will take that under advice, but it shouldn't be amplified. The risks of our movement around this city should be no greater than your risk as a consequence of our gender. It is a night of celebration. It is a night of unity. It is a night for us to be loud and proud and to take up space that frankly is normally void of us for reasons that Councillor Jackson described. So that night, coincidentally, was a night where an assault came upon, and I can identify her because she's identified herself in public, Jelena Vermillion, a transgender person. Violence was perpetrated. It is incumbent on us as cisgendered women, particularly, to speak up and out on the behalf of transgendered people. Trans people they already face terrible discrimination and difficulty. They have higher rates of poverty, higher rates of homelessness, higher rates of workplace discrimination, and higher rates of harm. And now they have become the target of a political movement which seeks to eliminate them. Those are not my words. Those are the exact words of the movement of conservative right-wing forces that are coming up from the States. On the record, their intent and their objective is to remove transgendered people, period. And in so doing, to create a climate which is so difficult that those who are closeted transgendered persons would never want to come out and live who they are. Why is it incumbent upon me as a privileged white cisgender woman to speak up about these things? because we have to actually see there's so many familiarities in the language and in the motivations to try and capture, control, and monitor and politicize our bodies. We have to stop the demonization of transgendered people. We have to speak up in alliance for and with and stand behind transgendered people. And we have to create an environment that is safe so they can live their lived gender and be as happy as life can give them happiness and safety. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to what I think is an issue that is not going to go away, but that needs our full attention and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Nan up next, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. In August, Council unanimously declared a gender-based violence and intimate partner violence epidemic in our city. And part of that discussion, both among members in our community as well as colleagues around this table, the discussion included what else could the city be doing? What is within the city's realm of authority to make this place a safer one for everyone to thrive? The work that this motion enables is to have the city undertake a partnership with YWCA and people with lived experiences. It moves us away from looking at this issue of gender-based violence solely as a behavioral one and recognizes the ability that every city has to transform the built form in a way that restores and improves safety in our city's public realm by centering those individuals who identify as women, girls, non-binary, and gender diverse. What happened at Take Back the Night, and it was the first Take Back the Night that I've missed since living in Hamilton. The violent assault perpetrated by the man was shocking. It was staggering. And as I witnessed the video, I could see the crowd respond again in a manner that is expected repeatedly of women and gender diverse and marginalized folks when we are the victim of violence, that we must remain calm, that we must bottle our rage, and that we must be very, very careful by the way in which we pursue justice. And to have the victim be somebody who stood at the podium just hours before, delegating on this exact motion and appealing to this council and committee, as well as to this city, to take the issue as seriously as possible. And it happened right outside City Hall. Right, and so when we continue to experience and have residents in our community experience this level of violence and harm, and also turn around and have folks in our community and sometimes in this chamber gaslight and deny the reality that so many of our residents have been raising the alarm bell around in terms of the degree of harm perpetrated in our community. The threat of violence. In many ways, Councillor Maureen Wilson has bottled that rage into a transformative piece of work that the city will be engaging in, and I thank you for your steadfast leadership on improving our public realm and infrastructure from a gender and equity-based lens. You've been doing it consistently since day one, serving as a councillor around this horseshoe on this issue, and well before that as a community-based policy leader and thought leader. And you've consistently put your value system in action, and this motion is yet another demonstration of it. So I'm thankful that Councillor Jackson lifted this motion I'm hopeful that, again, this council will demonstrate unanimous support, and that we'll also think about what we're supporting in these motions in declaring the epidemic, in supporting this really important safety audit work going forward, that we also connect it to the conversation we had just last week or the week before as it relates to the violence and threats of violence that are being perpetrated in our community and that we're experiencing as folks in this chamber, as council members, as well as staff, and that we remain consistent as a council, that we will be vocal in what is not acceptable, but that we will proudly and thoughtfully do everything that is within our realm of authority to make sure that this is a city that is safe and thriving for its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Moving on to Councillor Brad Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I supported this motion at committee, and I will support it here. We are asking for an expenditure, one-time funding of $100,000 to be paid from the Building Safer Communities Fund, which is a fund that has been supported financially by senior levels of government. I'd like to address something that occurred in this meeting, and for me has occurred 3 different occasions now as chair. In this meeting, I had to call a delegate to order because the delegate mentioned an individual who had been, I believe, if I recall, convicted of an act of violence. I had been provided the advice from our clerks and our lawyer over this term that we need to minimize the risk of liability, and therefore when individual delegates are naming individuals either accused of a crime or even convicted of a crime, we're supposed to call them to order and ask them not to mention any names. That has weighed heavily on me this term, and it happened again here where the delegate mentioned an individual police officer who had been convicted. And I regret calling her to order. I regret calling all of the delegates to order this term on that ostensible policy that I cannot find. So at the next governance meeting, I am going to be raising this. And we need to have the authorities that the chair have to exercise, and they may not be their own determination of that authority, we need to have it clearly enunciated and available publicly. I am concerned that when delegates come here to speak, they are doing it from a position of exercising their freedom of expression, which is a charter right. And if we do not have solid legal reason to deny or interrupt their presentation, then we are failing this community and we are failing those delegates. So I just want to make it clear. I apologize to the delegate who appeared, and I called them to order in that meeting. But I equally apologize to those other delegates. Some appeared here on the police board. Remember, we had the large crowds and I had to clear the gallery. There was a delegate, and I recall they started naming off police officers who had been charged or convicted, and there was a litany of names. And I was advised to interrupt and say, don't speak those names. I question whether or not that is our legal authority in the chair. If people have the right to freedom of expression, then who are we to interrupt them in the middle of their 5-minute delegation, given 5 minutes is a very small amount of time that we give them to speak. So I'm just making it clear that I will be bringing this to the Governance Committee and asking for a review of that policy so that all chairs understand the written policy so that they can make a determination accordingly. I thank Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Tom Jackson for bringing this motion to us. It is appropriate, and I encourage my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Final speaker on the speakers list is Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks, and thanks for that, Councillor Clark. I didn't expect that would be a topic raised today, to be honest, and I'm grateful you're raising it because I think that a lot of these things are on the public record already. They're things that have been proven in courts of law. They're matters of fact. And it has always struck me as supremely weird that we would deny those things from being spoken here as if somehow this was a different kind of truth to utter into the microphone here than it would be in the court of law. Like if they can utter it there and we can't utter it here, we have to resolve that issue. And so I'm grateful you're bringing that forward, and I look forward to that discussion. I myself have been at the other end of that subject in terms of uttering things that are in the public record and then going through a long process for people to say, oh, it turns out he could utter those things, they were real and they were true and they were fine. So I think we need to really zero in on that finally as a council. So I really appreciate you bringing that forward specifically. I really appreciate Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Nene who talked about Yelena and about what happened to her, about her delegation here, and about the violence she suffered. I also want to draw attention to the fact that what we're seeing is a pretty strong and amazing community of trans folks who are standing up to this violence. And what they're doing is just trying to take up space. And in taking up that space, they're being met with hatred and being met with violence. That should be a signal to everybody, I think, that we need to stand with them. So one thing I want to remark on, and I want to say it publicly, and this is not meant to chastise anyone, it's meant to draw attention to, I think, how we can intervene. Councillor Nan talked about, what do we have the authority to do? Well, one thing we have the authority to do is show up. I've never seen more than a quarter of this council show up to a Take Back the Night. I've been to a few. So it changes every year, and I get it. People are busy. We have things to do. We have very full schedules. But if we can't get more than a quarter of people to march in front of City Hall to support trans rights, we are in deep trouble. I don't think I have to tell you, but I feel like I have to say this out loud. There is an absolute rising tide of hatred in the city that's been going on for years. To ignore that and to be silent about it is irresponsible. We all have channels available to us. Some of us aren't on social media, and we talk about that publicly, and that's cool. Don't be on it if you don't want to be on it. Then release a public statement from your office in a paper format to the media. If you're on social media and these issues of hate come up, speak up about them. Find your own voice in speaking up about them. Look to your colleagues who are speaking up about them and act in solidarity with them. If you can't show up to an event like this, make sure that you send regrets to folks so they know that you tried to be there but couldn't be. But for me, a majority of this council needs to show up regularly from today until tomorrow and the next day, and this is not going to stop. The only way we got these rights was by defending those rights and fighting for those rights. So we have to continue to do that. That work is never going to end. And I'm sorry to say that, and I hope that doesn't shock people, but the work is never going to end to defend these rights. Those rights might change over time, but we will always have to fight for them. So please show up.
Thank you, Councillor. I have one final item from Councillor Tom Jackson, and I know that Councillor Clark has indicated he'd like to speak to an item as well. So we'll go back to Councillor Tom Jackson first.
Another excellent conversation and discussion on the gender-based study. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. Item 9, I just want to bring attention to those that don't serve on ECS committee. Once again, we had great delegates this past meeting. This is the feasibility of the funding request from the Emergency Food Committee / Food Share Industry and Community in our city, i.e. the food banks, if you will. That staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of $1.25 million funding requests from the Emergency Food Committee Food Share, which includes Hamilton Food Share will hold the funding contract with the city, $625,000 dedicated to food purchasing by Hamilton Food Share, $625,000 additional dollars making up the $1.25 given to the agencies by way of grants to cover staffing infrastructure expenses. And I was really pleased with the unanimous support of committee, Deputy Mayor Beattie, that instructed staff to report back about a month from now back to ECS committee. I've always said that even the presence and existence of food banks and the increased need for food banks is a horrible state of what the economy is going through. And so this is one item. I've been very consistent in terms of going into the 24 budget, Deputy Mayor Beattie, just for fear that some will be puzzled and scratch their heads. And Tom, you've always talked about holistically sending everything to the 24 budget so that we can look at things globally. Or if decisions were made, often I said, no, I'm sorry, taxpayers have to be paramount and need to be brought to top of mind before that decision. If you need the decision now, I'll have to vote against it. Having said that, I do pick and choose, and this one, in terms of the plea that came from Karen Randall at Hamilton Food Share, and on behalf of, I think it was 20 or 25 agencies across our city, both the corporate side of the donations we heard are down. We know that food prices and groceries have gone through the roof. That's affecting the health of many people in our community on limited disposable income that have to buy cheaper products and unhealthy products because they can no longer afford fruits and vegetables and higher quality products at the grocery store. We've heard as well that in spite of great efforts, this was all from the delegates, Deputy Mayor B, for those who couldn't attend the committee last week. We heard from the delegates saying that in spite of great food drives, like the Ancaster Food Drive that raises tons of food every year through great volunteer-driven activities, still the overall need has grown in the community, and the level and pace of keeping up with the donations has not. And so I see this as dire. The last thing I want is for people, because they can no longer afford their home monthly budget for food and have to make choices between paying the hydro bill and putting food on the table for their families, and potentially creating more people that will have to leave their homes and look elsewhere for a roof over their heads and potentially be houseless. If this 1.25 million meets the need at this time, and hopefully when the report comes back without predicating what council may or may not do then, but at least this will hopefully send us a strong signal today if council hopefully can ratify this decision from committee, that the food banks are crying out on behalf of the users and behalf of those increased number of people and families that unfortunately have had to go to food banks just to survive, and or to allow their household budgets to be used in other areas for their kids, covering other bills that otherwise may force them into a horrible decision. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Members will notice on our WebEx chat, in terms of the speakers list, the mayor was trying to get on for item 8 and unfortunately was unable. No, that's no ill or anything. It was an unavoidable technical error, unfortunately. So I don't see any other speakers to number 9. I see one speaker to number 9. I think just to keep the flow of the conversation, we'll just finish number 9 and then go back to item 8 and allow the mayor the opportunity to add her voice to this important topic. So go ahead, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Really appreciative of just the conversation here. Just want to make one point that when asked in delegations if stable funding would help different procurement options, the answer was yes. We have more options and we have more choices. If we acknowledge that this is a need in our community, a need that other levels of government are refusing to fill, and one that we're going to be on the hook to fill year after year. As opposed to doing this retroactively and being asked every year and then going to grocery stores and paying the for-profit prices, we have an option to think about this come 2025, think sooner about this, and maybe get a better value for money with our investment if we are acknowledging that this is a problem that other levels of government are not stepping in to solve. I just want to acknowledge the hard work of Ward 1 resident, political geographer, PhD Chris Earle in doing a study on how has the grocery industry changed in Hamilton over the past 111 years. I know why groceries aren't affordable. In 111 years, we've gone from having 287 grocery stores, of which 98% were independent, to having 79 stores, in which only 19% are independent. I think that's a big clue as to why the cost of food is one of the largest expenses in a household budget right now, after cost of housing and cost of gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll very quickly just add a comment to dovetail on the eloquent words from my colleague from Ward 6. My ward office located in Stony Creek is adjacent to the building and in the same building as the Stony Creek Community Food Bank. I am in there frequently. I am seeing the hard work that all of those volunteers, and they're all volunteers, are doing daily to support one small portion of our greater city. And the need is huge, the responsibility is huge, and unfortunately not going away. It's only increasing. So I'll be happy to support this and hopeful that my colleagues will as well. So if we could rewind the clock back to item 8 for just a moment. Mayor Horvath, if you'd like to offer your comments, please.
Thanks very much, Chair Beatty, and thank you for chairing the meeting today. I regret that I wasn't able to hear any of the important conversation around the item that happened while I was kicked off of my WebEx, and it's just very, very unfortunate. But I do want to say that I'm very grateful for the motion and for the what I believe is great support of the motion. I'm going to take the time to go online and have a look at the conversation that Council had while I was unfortunately unable to participate. But to the mover and seconder and to the committee, just thank you so much for this. It's extremely important, and as we look to what are some of the systemic ways that we can step up and make things safer for women and people who identify as women. I think that we need to do that, and this motion does exactly that. And I just want to lend my gratitude to the vision here and to the commitment to try to make a difference. It's really important, and I'm wholeheartedly in support.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to acknowledge, in spite of the fact that you're not feeling well, and in spite of the fact that technology is working against you, you're still hanging in there and participating in our meeting, and we, of course, wish you a speedy recovery. I see no further speakers on item 8 or 9, but I do know that Councillor Brad Clark would like to discuss item 3. So I'll turn it to Councillor Clark and then look to see if there's anyone else who would like to join the speakers list.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of items that I'd like to bring up with regards to the Hamilton's emergency shelter standards. I want to verify through our staff that the discussions that we had at that committee are being incorporated into this report. Specifically, Section 8.4, which deals with serious incidents in the shelters and those that need to be reported to the municipality. What was missing from the report were incidents of drug poisoning or overdose that not necessarily resulted in death, but there was a serious incident. So can I clarify through our staff that we are going to require shelters to report on these incidents? We are requiring them to have harm reduction. This would be an indicator as to how successful we are achieving one's goals with regards to harm reduction.
Okay, Councillor, thank you. I'm looking to the bench for a response. I see a response forthcoming. Please proceed.
Through the chair, Rob Mastriani, Manager of Homelessness and Housing Supports. Yes, we are actioning that discussion. So the agencies currently do keep serious incident reports for all of those, for every incident, regardless of severity. Based on the discussion we were having the other day, the higher severity incidents get reported to the city, but we are going back and following up on a process to ensure that there is a roll-up or a process for notification for all incidents.
Okay. Thank you, Manager. Councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. Can we also look to Section 9.1 in program accountability? And I have raised this issue a number of times in the previous council and in this council, a requirement that random inspections be held to ensure the accountability of the shelters in their compliance with the city's standards and contracts. As of now, we do not do random inspections. Is that going to be included on a go-forward basis that we are going to do that, or is it a requirement, Deputy Mayor, that I ask this council to contemplate and approve such a change?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I look to the Manager for a response. Oh, I look to the General Manager for a response.
Good morning, Grace Mader, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, through the chair to Councillor Clark. At the present time, our role is as the system manager for housing. Part of that is the requirement to have a operating agreement with the shelter providers. We have this document that was approved last week about the standards is evidence of their level of cooperation that we have with the operators to ensure a level of high quality. As far as the issue of random inspections go, that would be outside of what our normal role is at the present time. And for us to fulfill that, we would need that direction for us to go away and look at what resources would be required and how we can make that happen with our operators.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for that. Is there an understanding that if we are holding shelters accountable to the standards in this document and holding them accountable for compliance with the standards as well as the contract which we have signed off on with each individual council, is there an understanding that in order to be and hold them accountable, there needs to be some form of inspection?
Thank you, Councillor.
How do we know that they're complying with the standards if we're not inspecting the facilities?
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair to the councillor. Currently, we meet bi-weekly with the operators, and so there is that constant feedback of information to and from based on any complaints that also are received. We also have our frontline staff in at those shelters almost on a daily basis. So we feel that there is a lot of oversight through just anecdotally in order for us to have that, as I mentioned, an increase in that level of inspection. That would be a change that we'd have to work through with the operators.
Thank you, GM. Councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I can share this with my colleagues around the table and the Mayor, and I hope she's feeling better soon. As chair of the Emergency Community Services Committee, I did visit the shelters. I organized that through their managers and attended all of them, I think, except one or two. It was interesting while I was having the tour and bumped into different, I'll use the term clients, but in reality, they're residents of Hamilton who are getting their services from these shelters. I had more than a few pull me aside and say, they cleaned it up real good for you, counselor. They knew you were coming. And that's bothered me ever since. It really has. And I don't see any solution to this to ensure that the shelters are providing the services that they are being paid to do by the City of Hamilton to ensure that those services are being met, not through a verbal meeting over the table with them, but literally seeing the shelters in a random inspection. Yep, they are providing the food. The kitchen is clean. They are cleaning the bedding. I don't know how else to get there except requesting this. So I'm going to ask the latitude of this committee. I'd like to move an amendment to require our staff to come back with the process by which they would implement one random inspection per year to ensure compliance. If they don't know when we're coming, then they're going to be totally compliant with our standards when we get there. So I'd like to move that amendment now to these standards. And I think Councillor Ted McMeekin is willing to second that amendment.
Okay. Narrowly, you had a number of seconders that indicated, so some good support, I think, amongst the horseshoe. So if there is now an amendment on the table for, this would be item 3, correct? Okay, so then we would be taking a speaker's list to the amendment. And I did see Councillor Kretsch with his hand up, so we'll go to Councillor Kretsch as the initial speaker to the amendment.
Thank you for this. It's something that I think is important that we do. And if staff come back with some suggestions that we can consider and nuances, great. But I've heard a lot from shelter workers about the conditions in shelters and about the very problem you're speaking to, which is that right now we're not even in a situation, as far as I know, we're doing any meaningful inspections of any kind. Never mind inspections that are random, as you call them, or without notice. And I think we have to have some level of intervention as the city as a funder, a primary funder of this, to understand the nature of this and begin to get a handle on what are our standards, how are we applying those standards, and where are there deficiencies? What can we do? I've also heard some anxiety from staff about this in terms of putting a burden on shelters by requiring them to do these things, but I don't really think that we should have standards if we're not going to in any way audit those standards, ensure those standards are being met. It makes it very difficult also for folks who are in those settings to complain. We're talking about workers who are often paid extremely low wages and put in situations that are sometimes life-threatening, other times deeply impacting their mental health in a sector where we see a lot of empathy fatigue, burnout. There's a lot of trouble recruiting folks to do this work because of it. And that's a systemic issue that needs to be addressed. And I look forward to the conversation we have about where the shortfalls are, where the gaps are, what we can be doing, and what we can expect. Because we may have standards in place, but if we don't develop expectations around those standards, then they aren't going to work. So I think it's important that for everybody in this situation, to ensure that they're safe, we do have some role in doing these inspections. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm wondering if the amendment is available to be put up, particularly for the benefit of those that are the two members of council that are following us virtually. Is there such an opportunity? I see Ange nodding her head. Yes. Okay. In the interim, if the mover would like to speak.
The motion moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McMeekin would be that staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of implementing one random inspection of each shelter on an annual basis and report back to the Emergency and Community Services Committee. And after we have that vote, if you can come back to me for one more item, please.
Okay. I'll make note to come back after this amendment is complete. Would the seconder have any additional comments?
Thanks, Chair Beatty. I would suggest we say at least one. And that way leaves the option if the movers. My comment is pretty straight up. In what seems now like a previous lifetime at another level of government, there was a move to do random inspections of long-term care homes, And it was remarkable the things you would discover on a random check that you wouldn't discover on a, will you prepare lunch for our team when we're coming by to inspect your long-term care facility. When that policy was subsequently altered, it was sad to see return to some of the difficulties that we sadly have seen over the last little bit. So that's why I'm very supportive. Councillor Clark and I have had some long conversations about housing issues and specifically our shelter response. And I really appreciate his actually touring the shelters and coming back and saying, hey, we need to do something more here. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So to the amendment, I see no further speakers. So then we would proceed to a vote on the amendment on item 3 from report 6.9. And that is carried 15-0. And now Councillor Clark has indicated another speaking point.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beatty. I'm hoping that you'll give me a little bit of latitude because it's not quite on point with item 3, but it's so close.
Okay.
As chair of the Emergency and Community Services Committee, I've had many meetings with our staff. And one of the concerns that have been coming up is a little bit of the confusion around what is properly placed before the Emergency and Community Services Committee and what is properly placed before the General Issues Committee, and where it would be most efficient to make that determination. So if I may, Deputy Mayor, ask Grace Mader to provide some of the comments from the discussions that we have been having and perhaps some recommendation from staff in terms of how we can prevent this confusion in the future.
Okay, so that is on the razor's edge, but we'll allow it. And if the general manager would give a response, please.
Through the chair, and thank you for the councillor. I've been working with Councillor Clark on this, and I appreciate his support. The challenge we've been running into in housing services particularly has been a number of reports, encampment related, go to GIC as the direction. I think about 2 years ago it happened. And since that time, Michelle Baird, particularly at the last number of months, has been before GIC on a number of issues, and questions have come up related to a report that would be coming the following day to ECS. And we felt that it would make a lot more sense from both staff and from council's perspective if all of those reports could be coming to the same location at the same time, so that council could have a broader understanding of all of the different aspects that go on with housing. We've added also the creation of the Housing Secretariat to that also reports to GIC. So we're trying to look at how we can avoid any confusion about what goes where and what information gets shared at which committee.
Okay, thank you, GM. Councillor?
And to that end, I would say to my colleagues and to the senior leadership team that this council approved a state of emergency that ostensibly was addressing homelessness, that was addressing mental health deficiencies in our community, service deficiencies, as well as the issue of drug addiction and the like. I agree with Ms. Mader that it would be better if we were sending these items to the General Issues Committee. Not that I'm trying to get out of work as the chair of the ECS, far from it. I will still be vocal. But we are a small committee. ECS is not like Public Works where almost everybody's on it, or planning where I think almost everybody is on it. I think it would be important that we ask the senior leadership team to take this away and consider it and come back with recommendations accordingly. It doesn't need to be a motion, but I think it's important that we ensure that our focus on homelessness and housing is at GIC. And that's where that efficiency and continuity would be vastly improved if it was all within that one committee framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I saw some nodding heads on the bench, so I think that'll be taken away and appropriate action taken. Okay, we're back to item 6.9. We've had some exhaustive conversation, very good, very welcome conversation on a number of really important items. And so thank you to my colleagues. I don't see any other items to speak to. Did you have an additional item?
Separate vote on number 8, please. Deputy.
Separate vote on item number 8. Okay, any other requests of committee council? I see item number 6 as a separate vote as well. Okay, so then to go in chronological order, if we could start with item 6, then item 8, and then we will do the balance of the report. And I'm just going to follow along to make sure that I understand what number 6 is, which is housing charge and operating subsidy. Right, sorry, that is the abstention. Gotcha. I'm up to speed now. And of course, number 8 is the gender-based safety audit, item 11.1. So then number 6 first, folks, if we could register your votes now. Okay, so the vote on that is 14-0 with 1 abstention, which is not technically an abstention, but that's how it is recorded in eScribe. We'll move to item number 8, please, for a separate vote. And that is unanimous support for item 8, 15-0. And now if members would kindly indicate their vote for the balance of report 6.9. As amended, yes, duly noted. And that is carried 15-0. Thank you. So I think what we'll do is rise from committee of the whole. And then before we move to item 7 and begin the second leg of our journey, we may take a motion from the floor for a brief pause for lunch. So if I could have the motion from Councillor Francis to rise from committee of the whole.
You may. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that committee of the whole rise and report. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly indicate your votes now. And that's a weird looking screen. I believe it is carried. 15-0. Excellent. If I could have a motion for a recess for lunch, that would be Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Tammy Huang. Folks, I'm looking at the clock and thinking 12:50. Is that a nice, awkward number? Perfect. So we'll resume at 12:50. If I could have a motion, or sorry, if I could have the vote now up for this motion to recess for lunch. And the motion carries. We'll see you at 12:50. We're go for launch. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. Continuation of our council meeting for 27th September 2023. I'm your host, Deputy Mayor Jeff Beattie. We're continuing on with item 7. Now, I have to wait because the mover of the item that is first on the portion of the agenda is not yet in chambers. We can certainly go to 7.2 if it pleases committee, which I see support. Oh, no, I see Councillor McMeekin coming in. We were about to move on without you, sir, but that's okay. That's deep consultation is good. We appreciate that here. So when you are ready, Councillor McMeekin, we're speaking to item 7.1, which is your motion on a municipally generated tax cap.
Thank you very much.
I'll give you a moment to collect yourself, sir. No
I understand this motion may have ruffled a few feathers, and that's so be it. But I'm going to read the motion, and we'll let it go from there. And I am prepared to speak to it if I get the chance to do so. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mark Taddison. And whereas municipal property tax is generally considered a regressive form of taxation, and whereas Hamilton residential taxpayers are subject to amongst the highest per capita municipal taxes in the country, and whereas many Hamilton citizens are being hammered and facing their own financial crises, which includes high inflation, high housing rental rates. For example, and this is lifted from one of our housing reports, 103% rise in the cost of a bachelor apartment from 2001 to 2023, end brackets, escalating mortgage costs, a Bank of Canada rise in interest rates raised 8 times in the last 10 months, and a soaring increase in the price of essentials like food, as evidenced by a reported 40% increase use of area food banks. Be it therefore resolved that Hamilton City Council go on record to embrace a municipally generated, that should be in quotes, tax cap no greater than 4% for the 2024 budget.
Okay. So we have the motion on the table. The mover obviously would have an opportunity to speak to it. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Your worship, members of council, Mr. Chair. Recently, the mayor has forecast a rainy day for Hamilton. I would add, with a forecast of a looming tax tsunami. During the 4 years of the previous council, the endorsed tax levies were 2.5% in 2019, 2.9% in 2020, 2.1% in 2021, and 2.8% in 2022. Over those 4 years, property taxes cumulatively rose by 10.3%, less than the projected 10.5% currently forecast for 2024 alone, even without the burden of any provincial download, which may have changed a bit given some of the things that are going on, but we'll have to wait to see. Let's be honest. For all the reasons outlined in the motion before us, a 10.5% tax increase in 2024 would be extreme, and a 14.25% increase absolutely intolerable. The hardworking people of our city, those we are all privileged to represent, should not be asked to tolerate this kind of increase. Today, we need to point direction, not fingers, and to lead by example. The decisions we make have consequences. Placing a 4% cap on our municipally generated, in quotes, budget, and taking the steps required to cut the cloth to fit is not only prudent, but both responsible and achievable. The mayor, to her credit, has pointed us in a new direction with her historic priority-setting exercise, But setting priorities should not mean we keep doing everything currently being done while adding expensive and important new priorities. We all have a role to play going forward. Doing a deep dive on core services, as the mayor has suggested, is a wise move. Also, as a councillor, how can we call ourselves leaders if we fail to examine the use of reserve funds to offset pressures, something that Mr. Zakaric touched on in passing in his presentation, consider the possibility for staff attrition, curb our reliance on expensive consultants, and consider a freeze on all staff hiring except those deemed absolutely essential to priority city operations. All these tools will help us to shape a fiscally responsible way forward. By setting a 4% tax cap using the collective skill set and intelligence of our staff, coupled with a caring and imaginative council, we can set out a budget and establish a tax target that people will understand and respect, not hold in contempt. Our challenges are both numerous and complex. That said, we can find ways to meet a 4% tax cap for the citizens in our city. In my view, doing the hard work of making the strategic choices necessary is not an option, but rather an obligation to our taxpayers. It is the appropriate and right thing to do, given the uniquely difficult pressures faced by residents across our city. Let's be blunt about those pressures. The cost of living has skyrocketed. Grocery prices have soared. Mortgage rates are at a generational high. Food bank use is up 40%, and the homelessness rate in Hamilton is up 50% since the onset of the pandemic. Given these and other important factors, it is critical we exercise prudent political judgment and embrace a 4% or lower cap on municipal taxes. I hope you agree. Thank you. I would add one brief footnote. To date, I've had 263 comments, emails, texts, phone calls, interactions. 7 have been rigorously opposed to the motion I just read. The reason was the same. All 7 thought 4% was far too high. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have a speakers list that has started. Councillor Kim Kretsch, please.
Thank you. I'm not supporting this motion. I think the amount is the issue I take, I guess, greatest umbrage with, this 4% amount. And the idea that we're cutting the cloth to fit doesn't make any sense to me. Cutting the cloth to fit what? We haven't gone through a budget process yet to determine what we're trying to fit the cloth to. I think things like, prudent political judgment, the appropriate and right thing to do is to go through the budget process and discuss during the budget process where we see the pros and cons around the kinds of things we're being asked to approve through that process. I also don't think that setting priorities is about adding expensive or new priorities, and I think that that is troubling because the organization is trying to shift. We had clearly defined new priorities for this term of council. New priorities don't necessarily mean they're going to be more expensive. I'd also argue, and I'm not the first to do so, keeping taxes artificially low, which we've done before, has harmed the city. We have sometimes had taxes that were below inflation. What message are we saying to people when we're doing that? How are we keeping up with services? I've heard nothing except from the new folks on council and some of the folks who come back about how we're not meeting our service levels, how we're not meeting the expectations of residents, how our city is growing, how it's densifying, and how all of these things are contributing to costs that are the result of us not maintaining our assets effectively. We didn't maintain those assets because we didn't have the money to do it. So now we're here playing catch up a lot of the time. And I get there's a lot coming from the provincial government. I understand that. A lot of what we're talking about in terms of the taxes that are coming forward are not necessarily things the municipality is responsible for or is bearing. But historically, we have not invested in every area we needed to make sure it was adequately upkept. And so I think to pick an amount like 4% or some other amount without going through the budget process would lead us down the wrong road. I think that, again, I agree with you. We should look at our reserve funds. That's a thing that we should do. It's a responsible thing to do and have that conversation about, can those be used? But that's not what your motion's about. At the heart of your motion, it's a motion to say this number is where we should do this. Otherwise, philosophically, a lot of the stuff you said makes some perfect sense to me. I just think picking a number out like that and saying that's the number we're going to use in the absence of an actual process we've gone through. And I'll say we spend 6 months. This year will be fewer months. I'm grateful for that. But we spend an inordinate amount of our time at this council talking about the budget process. If that's not important, then why are we doing it? This would seem to suggest that we don't need that budget process to be able to weigh the pros and cons of all these things and to sort of say, okay, we're going to stick with this amount of 4, and then we're just going to jam the budget into this number. To me, it seems upside down, and so that's why I won't be supporting it. Otherwise, I appreciate the sentiments.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Maureen Wilson up next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just, first of all, looking for some procedural advice on referrals.
And I would also seek procedural advice on referrals from Clerk Leon.
A deferral.
Oh,
deferral is what you asked for in your email. Is can be introduced. Okay, it is debatable, and it can be introduced by someone who's spoken to the matter. A referral is not debatable except for the instructions, and can only be introduced by someone who hasn't spoken to the matter.
Councillor?
Clear as mud. I cannot support this motion. Wilson, comma, Maureen. That was the name on the ballot. It wasn't Zagarek, it wasn't Smith, it wasn't Thorne, it wasn't Can, it was Wilson. And it's my responsibility as an elected member to deliberate publicly, openly, to the best of my ability on all the information that will be coming forward for me to make an informed decision that absolutely will not satisfy everyone, but I have to be accountable to everyone. And that's what I signed up for. To take the long hours it does take to be involved in a budget deliberation, to understand all the conditions that the mover of the motion has set out that will weigh on me as I make those deliberations and against council priorities, and to be held accountable fully for those choices and their consequences. But I would like all of that information to come forward, all those options to be made available so that I can be held accountable in this representative democracy in the city of Hamilton. It is not for staff to make those choices for us. It is for council to make those choices, and council will be held accountable for those choices. Thank you.
Thank you. We're continuing on the speakers list with Councillor Brad Clark, please.
Just a couple of quick questions to our senior staff. Based on the reading of this motion, a 4% cap, how would departments handle if their departmental increase exceeds the 4%? How would they present that to council?
Okay, I'm looking to GM Zagarek for the answer.
Through the chair, Mike Zagarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. In the past, departments have presented options to reduce their levy requirements, and those options tended to focus on a number of categories, including opportunities to increase revenue, either through user fees or other funding agreements with third parties, amendments to service levels, as well as the potential to pause or eliminate a service. And those are examples of some of the options that might come forward if a department were to exceed the a council-approved guideline.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. And to be clear, so then you don't take the position that council approves a 4% cap and then run with it. Everything's got to be to the 4% cap. Staff are directed to try to meet the 4% cap, and any increases over the 4% cap, what are the consequences and how would we fund that? Is that a fair representation as to what you said?
GM Zegaric?
Through the chair, short answer is yes. And the reason is that staff haven't the authority as it relates to, for instance, user fees, imposing user fees. Those must come to council for consideration and approval. Staff haven't the authority to amend service levels or to eliminate services. Those two have to come before committee and council for consideration and approval.
Okay. Councillor?
So realistically, everything comes before council for consideration. Staff try to meet the mandate. If they can't meet the mandate, here's what we think we need to do, and here are the options. You can do this, or you can do this, this, or this. That's in essence what comes to the budget process, which is consistent with or without the 4%. Can I ask how many FTEs were approved in the last budget for City Council?
GM Zegaric?
Through the chair, I believe it was approximately 240, and I think I have some notes. And 280 FTEs. And what drove the increase included some increases in long-term care, approximately 40 FTEs as it relates to the COVID response, 44 FTEs for transit strategy, some 12 FTEs in planning economic development for a series of initiatives, Hamilton Police Services, 31 FTEs, our asset management plan, 10 FTEs, paramedic services, 35 FTEs. And so those are some examples of some of the drivers to that overall increase of 280 FTEs, which I believe represented about 3% of our total complement.
Thank you. In terms of FTEs going forward, we don't have a I guess, line item yet indicating what we think the new FTE account is because we haven't gone through the budget yet. That would be reported as we go through our budget deliberations and as we make decisions. Is that correct?
GM Zegaric?
Through the chair, that's correct, including items that have been referred to the budget process by council.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you. I've heard in past discussions about our priorities, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that we can't keep kicking things down the road and we have to make difficult decisions. Deputy Mayor Beattie, residents in Hamilton are making these difficult decisions every day. They're deciding whether to pay their rent and mortgage or to pay for food. In the winter, they're deciding whether or not to pay their rent or mortgage or pay for their heat and electricity. They are deciding whether or not to purchase school clothing and school supplies for their children because they don't have the income to pay for it. Why don't they have that disposable income? Because the cost of food has gone up dramatically, the cost of electricity has gone up, the cost of gas for heating the homes, natural gas has gone up, the cost of gasoline for automobiles has gone up, the cost of mortgage payments have skyrocketed. I have residents who have seen their mortgage payments double. Rent, we already know how high that has gone. People are making difficult decisions every single day to keep food on the table. That's why the increase in our food banks has gone up so much. I agree this council has made and set some priorities. But we do not have to do all those priorities in the first year. This is realistically our first full budget year, not coming in from any lag over from the previous term. This is our budget from start to finish. And I think it would be important that we have some discipline, and the discipline can come from setting a mandate. And in this case, the mandate is 4%. Doesn't mean that the staff can't come back and say, well, notwithstanding the mandate of 4%, we think we need 5.8%, and here's the extenuating exigent circumstances as to why this department needs that additional funding. That, we've heard, is within the purview of our senior leadership team. They can most certainly do that. At the end of the day, we may not meet that 4% target as a council. But we are clearly indicating to all those residents who are making these horribly difficult decisions, and I talk to them often, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to get the money to feed their kids. They don't know how they're going to pay their rent and not become homeless with their kids. They don't know how to pay a mortgage that has doubled in value simply because of the timing of interest rate increases. These are the difficult decisions that our residents are making. And any increase in taxes across this city beyond that 4% puts even more pressure on those residents. And for those who think, well, if they're paying rent, it doesn't put pressure on them, you're wrong, because as the above guideline increases will be applied for by the landlord, which is permitted under the Act. So any increase in taxes that is over and above the above guideline, they will just simply add the cost to the rent. We need to be very careful to have the discipline to acknowledge that there are thousands of residents in our community who do not have the ability to pay these increases. I'm not saying ignore those priorities that we set forth. I'm saying, how quickly do we adopt them? We have committed to adopt them this term. And we need to be reasonable and pragmatic in our approach and not dismiss the impacts that it is going to have on those people making difficult decisions because it's more convenient for us. So I'm going to support Councillor McMeekin's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've given a little bit of leeway on the timing, and I want to make sure that we have a fulsome conversation. I'm just extending that to future speakers that'll take that into consideration and hope that we can condense our speaking notes into a first-time speakers round. With that said, Councillor Nan, you are up next.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. And on the motion, I think fundamentally for me, it is the fact that Council and our residents deserve the ability to understand the needs facing our community, to understand the service that our city provides, as well as to ensure that there is a clear line of sight with financial line items associated to it as it speaks to our council term of priorities, which have been set not by this group of people around this chamber, out of our own personal priorities, but as a reflection of the residents that we represent. And so we went through that process to reconcile what are the things that we are going to accomplish as a council within the mandate period we have. And I believe that process ought to be as transparent as possible. We heard that very, very clearly, and it is one of the term of council priorities, is about building that trust and confidence by being very clearly transparent about it all. So I can't support the motion that's here today because it's unfair to expect staff to answer the many million questions I would then need to have to ask in order to best examine and understand the impacts of this motion. That work is deliberated through our GIC budget process That is exactly the work that we are about to embark in. It is that discipline, it is that practice that is transparent and visible to all of our citizens through what is broadcasted and through what is here at the chambers. It's clear the projected 14.2% is not an option to put on the backs of our residents to pay for. It's not going to cut it, and no one around this council is saying to our residents that we expect them to do that. And at the same side, I think it is very clear that nobody around this chamber is ignoring the stresses and the real financial challenges that our residents are facing. It is exactly the rising cost of housing. It is exactly the rising cost of food. It is exactly the rising cost of transportation choices that our residents have made, that they're contending with, and which the federal government and provincial government have not come to the table enough for us as a city not to be already moving motion after motion after motion to address. Our residents expect us to help them through this time of crisis, and as a council, we have been practicing very good decision-making. I'm proud of the work that this council has been engaged in this term by looking at the real-term experiences that our residents are going through and not only advocating to the province, not only advocating to the feds, but also saying, well, while this experience and this crisis is really truly being lived in our community, what is it else that we can do? Where else can we dip into our financial coffers in order to respond to these crises? We don't have the luxury of deferring those decisions when those real lived experiences have forced so many of our residents out of their homes already and have made them go to food banks at alarmingly unprecedented rates that our food bank system can't keep up with. So nobody around this table, not one of us, is walking down that narrative path that we are ignoring the plight and the challenges and the stresses that our residents are facing. We are taking that responsibility squarely on our shoulders, but I think fundamentally for me, to the mover of the motion, it is about the transparency of our process. There is deep value in seeing those reports come back from our staff about, in order to maintain the level of service that is currently needed from our city service side perspective, we need to see that. Our residents need to understand that. This is not going to be an exercise of cutting staff because, you know, it's one of the highest pressure points on our budget. We have to fundamentally, deeply understand the impacts of the choices that we need to make and therefore need to see it transparently. And at the end of the day, I believe the mayor has already directed staff very clearly to present a 2024 budget that reduces the burden on residential property taxes through the use of debt and emergency reserves. They've already been given the direction. So I just want to go back to the fact that we're actually very united in making sure that we are delivering the best quality of services, that we are meeting the needs of our residents and doing so in a balanced budget and doing it in a way that we are very clearly understanding the pressures that our community is facing. So I won't be able to support it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I see Councillor Jackson up next, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie. And I will be supporting Councillor McMeekin's motion. I have a few things to say, and since I'm not new here, far from it, but since the newness of new members of council have spoken to this before, I want to thank Councillor McMeekin for referencing the last term of council that I was part of that came forward with an average of 2.5% tax increase within the rate of inflation, and darn it all, kept our city moving through one of the worst healthcare crises in our lifetime. We never shut the city down. We kept things moving. In fact, we got business parks that brought investment through the great work of our Economic Development Department to bring jobs and taxes and investment. And yet we passed along a reasonable tax increase that people, by and large, at least in my community, overall could support. And I'll go back the 20 years since amalgamation, because I'm hearing the theme, and I'm very respectful. I was once new here. I'm very respectful of today's new members of council and from one term previously as well. It's time to play catch up. We need more public investment. I get that. I have never been against public investment. I fought and advocated strongly. I love my city. Obviously, the people of Ward 6 have given me the honor and privilege for 30 plus years to be at this table and have this seat. But I love my city overall, and I'd like to think I have supported public investments where necessary. Let's just talk since amalgamation, with reasonable levels of tax increases. Let's see, our business parks are booming. Public transit is increasing. Geez, we opened the Red Hill Valley Parkway in '07. Oh, that allowed us to now use it as a ring road to get heavy trucks out of the downtown core. Airport is booming. Small business retention, strong support within the department for our small businesses. West Harbor and the Beach Boulevard, there has been nothing, in my humble opinion, over the 20 to 30 years I've been here that has transformed our city greater and our image than what past councils have done with the West Harbor development and the trails along the Beach Boulevard. There was a time where on Beach Boulevard 40, 50 years ago, unless you were part of a biker gang, hardly anyone may have wanted to live there. But today, look at the executive townhomes that are being built on our beach underneath the Skyway Bridge. Hamilton has become a destination place. Great seniors programs as well. And so I thank Councillor McMeekin for referencing even one term previously, and folks, I get it. I get the newness aspect, you know, artificially low, need to play catch up, Tom, long overdue. But folks, past councils, myself, honored to be back here, also understood Hamilton's ability to pay. Affordability amongst our community is nowhere near as high as the Oakville, Burlingtons, Miltons, Grimsby, Beamsills to the east and west of us. I'm sorry, it's not. And you know the issues we have that those other municipalities don't have to any degree we do. On the social side, on other issues as well, because we're a compassionate community. And so if there's hardship, even around our borders, we don't put up borders and say, don't come to Hamilton. If we got great programs, come here, we'll try to help your lot in life. I'll tell you, I was one of the 6. People talk about unity around this table, and hopefully that this term of council will be different. I very much appreciate that. But there was almost an unprecedented 10-6 vote on March 29th, several months ago, for the 23 budget. I was one of the 6 that said no to the 5.8% tax increase. All I heard from my constituents that took the time to respond, and many did, was that, Tom, unacceptable. My office shared with them honestly. We were not supportive of the 5.8. We felt it was too high. And I'm going to say this very genuinely and honestly, Deputy Mayor Beattie. If I had felt that 5.8 may have been the max, and from there, the budget levels in the next 3 years may have descended to a much more reasonable level, I may have had a different vote on March 29th, but the harbinger for me, and listening to sentiment amongst my respected colleagues on March 29th, was that 5.8 was probably, and could very well end up being, the minimum. And look what we're starting with in 24 at 14.2. I'm going to conclude, Deputy Mayor Beattie, by saying my only little caveat to Councillor McMeekin's therefore be resolved is his wording of municipally generated tax cap be no more than 4%. We all know that provincial downloading, Bill 23 if it stands and nothing changes, DC revenue lost. We know that's probably going to be in the ballpark of maybe 3 to 4 additional %. So my only caveat, but this is at least starting us in a much more fiscally responsible direction and not shutting our city down at 4%. How has our city survived these last 22 years? Destination place, the migration from the GTA coming to Hamilton has been enormous. I always knew my city was great. Son of an immigrant family here, first generation born, but suddenly the world discovered us in the last 10, 15 years. We did it with a fiscally responsible hat on and still saying that public investment is very important. In fact, I've said to my constituents and my voters, every election, Deputy Mayor Beattie, every election I've said, if you want a tax fighter, don't vote for me, because I will never vote to reduce your taxes. I will do my best at a reasonable rate of increase to keep this city moving forward, provide all the great amenities that I believe the overwhelming majority of my constituents desire and like to see tangible results of where their money can go. So my only caveat to Councillor McMeekin was the 4% municipally generated, let's say for the sake of argument, outside factors come in at 3.5%. That's still a 7.5% increase, and we're going to have to deal with that down the road because municipal taxpayers, one thing I know about taxpayers, Deputy Mayor Beattie, most of them can't tell me how much they pay in income tax federally or provincially, but darn it all, they sure know how much they pay property tax and on the municipal levy. That's my only concern, but at least this is now putting a much more responsible fiscal hat upon this august body moving forward. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I do want to make note that we're averaging about 6 minutes on the speakers' times. No problem. And with 5 additional speakers, if you're watching at home, pour yourself a fresh cup of coffee. Up next, Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Chair Beattie, and I'll try my best to be under the 5 minutes to speed us up here. A question for GM Zegeric, if it is possible for him to answer. Does he have an idea of what the provincial portion would be at this time, or a rough estimate? Through you, Chair.
Yeah. GM Zegeric.
So through the chair, I've gone back through staff's report that was presented last week, as well as the report, and I've done some categorization of the various factors. So just as a reminder, what staff presented was a 2024 projected tax-supported levy of $1.2 billion, and that represents a projected increase of about $166 million. If looking at those pressures of investments of $166 million, those include the Bill 23 and other provincial statutory DC exemptions of about $31 million. Some public health annual service plan mitigation for funding that is discontinued from the provincial government of $2.2 million. It includes provincial legislation to provide inflationary funding to housing providers of about $2.3 million. It includes funding for 1.2 FTEs for mental health and addiction that the provincial funding will no longer support, and Council has decided that's a priority and will continue. It includes asset management legislation that requires municipalities to transition to full funding of their asset management plans. That represents approximately $11.5 million. Also includes boards and agencies which Council doesn't have absolute control over, including police services, art gallery, Hamilton Public Library, the conservation authorities, as well as the Community Enrichment Fund. Also, staff presented we had presented earmarking 1% towards hospital redevelopment. That information still forthcoming to Council. However, both Hamilton Health Sciences and St. Joseph's Healthcare Hamilton have messaged that the local contribution will require some significant funding, including funding from the municipal government. So all of those factors sum up to approximately $68.5 million of the $166 million, which represents about a 6.5% increase to the 2024 levy. And then moving off of those legislative boards, agencies, if we focus a bit on the theme of the crises and focusing in a bit on homelessness and housing, the projection includes an additional municipal contribution to homelessness and housing of approximately $33 million, or about 3.1%. And continuing on with homelessness and housing, just as a reminder, Council approved a homelessness and housing budget in 2023 of $75 million. That was a $16 million increase, or a 30% increase. In addition, Council approved $31 million from reserves in 2023 in response to homelessness and housing. So bringing the municipal contribution to about $105 million. When we look at all three levels of government, the municipal contribution makes up 60% of the total funding. 60% municipal, 28% provincial, and the federal government, 12%. Looking forward, 2024, what staff have projected in the case of housing and homelessness is a budget of approximately $135 million in municipal contribution. That's a $60 million, 80% increase in the municipal budget for housing and homelessness. That would increase the municipal share, the 69%, provincial to 26%, and federal to 5%. So I just wanted to highlight that, given that while it's not legislated, is that we are projecting a significant increase in housing and homelessness, in part because of the caps in funding from senior levels of government and the fact that senior levels of government are not increasing at the same pace as the City of Hamilton is investments in housing homelessness. So that leaves us with what might be considered city-generated investments. As mentioned during the presentation last week, 55% of our budget is tied to employee-related costs, and we are currently reflecting approximately $42 million in additional investments as it relates to employee-related costs. These are cost of living adjustments, our collective bargaining, collective agreement obligations, our health benefit obligations, and we're seeing some increases in health benefit costs. Our obligations as it relates to staff who've gone through merit increases as they progressed through the pay bands. So again, approximately $42 million, or about 4%. As well, about $5.5 million in investments in emergency response services. That's approximately 0.5%. The annualization of the business cases and council referred items that were approved in 2023, that's approximately $3.3 million. The city discretionary DC exemptions, that's approximately $10 million. Some inflationary pressures in our contracts, including waste management and Presto or Metrolinx as examples. And finally, $3.4 million for years 7 and 8 of our transit strategy. So those investments represent approximately 6.2% of our current position of 14.2%. Just final comment is, as it relates to city generated, as was identified, one of the themes is the new financial reality. As households are experiencing inflationary pressures, we too are experiencing inflationary pressures. Some of our capital programs are coming in 20-30% over budget relative to budgets that were set pre-pandemic, as well as our collective bargaining obligations are reflecting the current economic environment that reflects higher inflation and higher costs relative to historical. So through the chair, I just wanted to provide a bit of a summary in terms of some of the legislated headwinds, the crisis that we're facing in the city's response, and finally, some of the pressures we are facing as it relates to city-generated investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim Zagarek. Very detailed answer. I look to Councillor Spadafora for any follow-up.
Thank you for that, Chair, and thank you, GM Zagarek, for that. So, with those numbers and the cap, we're still looking at a significant property tax increase. On talking on the cap and whether it is responsible or ideal, in the corporate world is definitely something that is used when you give a mandate to your staff to come. Having something that they can work within, I think, is a benefit, even though they'll still be able to provide a wish list or another list of items that they would like to see added to the scope of the budget they're asked to stay within. Like Councillor McMeekin has said, my conversations with residents in regards to property taxes has all been around affordability. And, I think we might see something in 2024 that, at least for someone my age, hasn't seen. 60% of mortgages of the big 5 banks are coming due in 2024. So we're talking about, like Councillor Clark said, doubling mortgage payments next year. 60% of the big 5 mortgages come due in 2024. So if there's ever a time to put a cap, a mandate, something to make our budget talks even stricter, I think now's the time. And what GM Zagarek just said, I would be happy to support an even smaller cap this year, just with what we have coming forward. I'm not saying it's something that should be done all the time, but where we are right now, the unaffordability in this city and the surrounding provinces, cities, country, whatever you want to call it, this is the time where we need to minimize that impact to residents, especially residents on fixed incomes, new families, and families that have low income. This is the time for us to do the responsible thing and give staff direction that the increase needs to be small. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next on the speakers list, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm just so disappointed in this conversation, frankly. The reason that our city has passed the budgets it's had in the past is because it's stolen from the future. Full stop. The future's here, it is coming, and the bills are due. What we've just heard is that the vast majority of this increase is the province's increase. Why? After being united, unanimously, as a council on the issue of the Greenbelt, something that we are united around for environmental reasons, because it was going to save taxpayers in the long run, because we knew it was the wrong decision, because we thought corruption was at play in making the decision. All the same things with Bill 23 and the urban boundary expansion. Bill 23 represents over a quarter of new spending this year. Wow. We talk about how this new council, our priorities, that's what's putting up the budget. No, it's Donna Skelly and Neil Lumsden's priorities that are making Hamilton taxpayers pay more. It is forced corporate welfare that is making Hamiltonians pay more. And I'm really disappointed that we as a body, who aren't starting our budget process till January, have been unable to remain united against the single largest item. I would sincerely ask the mover to withdraw. This is a conversation we can have during the budget process when it starts, but why not stay united right now, speak with one voice, and speak clearly against the single largest item that not one person in this room agrees with? There's a cut on the table that would have a substantial impact to residents. Let's advocate for it, and let's be united, and let's put all of our work into getting that single largest pressure out of this budget. And then when we actually start the municipal budget process, we can have those conversations. We can find what's the next biggest item. Now that we've tackled the first biggest one, what's next? And what's next after that? And through that process, review every dollar, as I've heard this committee wants to do. I'm also fully prepared to put my cuts on the table. We'll be bringing motions throughout the budget process with programs that I think and dollars that I think we could better spend. Councillor Lynch, is anyone? Every dollar means every dollar. The police budget needs to be included. Every dollar. I would much rather entertain a process where we set some values about how we're going to do spending than we pick an arbitrary number and chase it, especially when we know what the single biggest pressure is in our budget right now. Let's stay united on the real things that are in the budget. I don't think that Hamiltonians want to take money out of their pocket and put it into developers just because Donna Skelly, Neil Lumsden, and this provincial government said they had to. Let's be united. We don't have to be divided today.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up next on the list, we have Councillor Francis, followed by Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Kassar, and Councillor Huang.
Thank you,
Francis?
Deputy Mayor Beatty. To Councillor Jackson's point, and as a former resident of Beach Boulevard for over 20 years, I can wholeheartedly agree that previous council investments in our waterfront has indeed transformed the beach community and brought in unprecedented growth and prosperity, and I'm thankful for that. I get we have real clear priorities here, but we are in a financial crisis. Now is not the time to double down on policies that are causing harm to low-income seniors, people on disability, and hardworking taxpayers and our families. Lowering tax increases so we are not pushing people into poverty should be our #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. Up next, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. My many conversations with residents, when it comes to taxation, the #1 concern is not the specific tax rate. It's confidence that the money that they are paying to the City of Hamilton through property taxes are invested wisely. And to Councillor Jackson's point and some others, I think there have been some decisions by this term of council that, in a lot of residents' eyes, raise some questions about how their taxes are really being invested. So I think that is something that we, as a council, do need to take back and understand that the impressions and how we invest those tax dollars and how that's perceived in the community. My goal for every budget is to be at or near the rate of inflation. If we are at or near the rate of inflation, we are not increasing taxes, we are not cutting anything, we are simply maintaining the services and the tax rate from the previous year and working within that as the benchmark of an effective service delivery as a city. So I think 4% is entirely reasonable. That is about the rate of inflation. So that is my goal for this budget and has been for every budget. Through you, could I just ask though, I mean, I think a 14.2% increase is a wake-up call, or should be, for all of us. But my understanding is the mayor, and speaking with General Manager Garrick, they've already got direction to look for reserve funding, debt financing, fee increases, and service cuts. So that direction is already provided. Can I ask staff to just kind of confirm what their interpretation of the direction that's been provided is?
Okay, I'll look to GM Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, the 2024 budget direction made reference to, given the crises that we're facing and challenges we're facing, is as it relates to our financing strategy, looking at our strengths, our financial strength as it relates to our debt capacity and our liquidity, and what liquidity refers to is our reserves. And so we have direction to look at debt as it relates to our infrastructure. We are limited as a municipality to use debt exclusively for infrastructure. Unlike senior levels of government, we can't pay our day-to-day bills using debt. With respect to direction as it relates to redundancies and efficiencies and looking at core services, that too form part of the directive, and senior leadership team will review existing services for opportunities for efficiencies and savings. Will also convey that messaging to external boards and agencies in the spirit of the mayor's directive. And the final comment I'll make outside of the mayor's directive is in the coming months, staff will continue to provide updates, especially in the case where there are funding announcement from senior levels of government. One of those potential announcements was referenced at the General Issues Committee, the Building Faster Fund, which is a fund that was messaged to align to the provincial government's commitment to make municipalities whole as it relates to DC exemptions. So as future announcements may come forward, we'll continue to provide updates to council.
Thank you. And just to put a point on the magnitude that we're talking about here, in order to achieve 4%, we're talking about $70 to $100 million that needs to either be cut or funded from reserves or debt financing or raised through fees. And one of the things that's come up a number of times is this idea of a hiring freeze, and the consultants are siphoning off all this money. So if I can ask through you, if we were to proceed with these discussions of a hiring freeze or not using consultants, which would then mean we would have to hire more staff. So I'm not sure how that's going to work, but fine. How would that impact our departmental leaders' ability to deliver the services and their mandates that they already have?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm looking to the bench.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start. With respect to a hiring freeze, important to recognize there are some positions that require the filling. So for instance, legislative positions would have to be filled. Those, for example, would include the treasurer, clerk, fire chief. Those have to be filled. With respect to a hiring freeze as it relates to, for instance, council's priorities, as was asked earlier with respect to the change in complement in 2023, any additional hiring that may be tied to priorities, whether it is as it relates to the transit strategy, whether it's paramedic services, any restrictions in terms of filling those positions may make it challenging as it relates to executing on those priorities or fulfilling those priorities, or may require reductions in other service levels if those positions are expected to be offset as it relates to those initiatives. So beyond the legislated, beyond council priorities, the other challenge would represent staff's ability in terms of health and safety. So always ensuring that we're providing a health and safe environment for our employees, but also the community. So we would have to consider and examine positions that are necessary to fulfill that requirement and have to realign resources if necessary to ensure we provide a healthy and safe environment for our employees.
And I see the city manager also has some additional comments.
Through the deputy mayor. The only thing I would add that James Agaric hasn't touched on, because consultants was mentioned, we hire consultants for a few different reasons. Sometimes there are times it's a skill set or expertise that we do not have on staff, and it doesn't financially make sense to have it on staff because it's not something we do all the time. We have, as you know, are in a time of labor shortages, so there are some areas where we've had trouble recruiting staff. We, for example, in IT, we're competing with the private sector, and so there's some key areas like IT security that for the necessity to protect the city's assets, including information, we've had to hire consultants to fill that void because we just can't hire or keep people on staff. So, there are some areas where I would recommend as your city manager, like the IT example I gave you, we need to continue to have those consultants or we're putting the corporation at risk.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillor?
Thank you. And just a wrap-up comment. I think the one part of this direction that I do take a little bit of exception with is the perpetuating this myth that we are among the highest per capita municipal taxed municipalities in Canada. We just had a tax competitiveness report last week, and we're pretty close to average. We are higher than Toronto, so if you have people moving from Toronto that say, holy cow, my taxes went up, and you know, I have a house that has less value, but I'm paying double in taxes. Well, Toronto's taxes are like half of every other municipality of Ontario. They do a great job of whining and complaining about it, but the reality is their taxes are artificially low by like at least half, and not just Hamilton, every other municipality. Yes, our taxes might be slightly higher than some of our local competitors like Burlington and Oakville, but as Councillor Jackson, I think it was pointed out, the social services that we have and requirements that we have in Hamilton are night and day compared to those more affluent communities. And the same thing when we're talking about the age of municipalities. So we're fairly close in tax competitiveness to Mississauga. I believe we are slightly higher. But Mississauga is a much, much newer municipality that has been grown out of a cornfield in the last 20, 30 years compared to the city of Hamilton, which has infrastructure in the ground that's 150, 200 years old. So they're really not comparable in those ways. I think the one aspect, and Councillor Jackson touched on this as well, where Hamilton really does stand apart is our residents' ability to pay. So it's not the tax rate, it's our residents' ability to actually pay those taxes that we impose. Whereas Hamilton has some of the lowest average incomes in all of Ontario, and therefore as a ratio to family income, Hamilton's taxes are comparatively high. And I think that is the number one concern for me and the number one concern for a lot of other of my colleagues around this table. So I don't have a problem with setting a mandate at 4%. As I said off the top, that's kind of close to the rate of inflation. That would be my personal mandate. I'm not sure that we actually need a motion to set that out because, staff are going to come back with what their departmental requirements are in the first place. And my preference would be that we defer this to the budget to have those conversations as part of the budget process where they should be in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to make light, but I do make note of the fact that Councillor Danko and myself are looking for efficiencies by addressing the same. We thought that if everybody could just standardize, we'd save some money. Up next on the speakers list, Councillor Craig Cassar, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. I've spoken to the mover several times about his motion. So he knows I don't support it. And it's not for reasons of wanting to make the tax increase affordable. It's got nothing to do with that. We all, I think, want to have a tax increase that people can handle. That's not even a debatable point. It's what are the implications of that? We just heard a long list of things from General Manager Zegeric on costs that we don't actually control. We also heard, there's implications potentially on health and safety or IT security, on retention, attraction and retention of employees. So those are all things that we should be deliberating as part of the budget process, and I want to do that. And if we can get to a number of 4%, then we should do that. We should do everything possible. But 4% to me right now is an arbitrary number. What are the implications of that? What services are we as a council and as residents willing to take off the table? Right? And I don't know what those options are. To the mayor's direction, staff are going to bring that. And we should look really, really hard at those, Deputy Mayor, and determine if we want to get to a 4% number, what does that mean? We may find out that, whoa, we can't do that because residents will not accept that level of service. We should go into reserves, absolutely. We should look at service fees, pay per use, absolutely. We should do all these things and work harder than we ever have to get to something that's affordable. I'm just not comfortable putting a number out there and before the process even begins. So I hope we can all work together on the same goal and be creative and bring new ideas, as there's so many different perspectives around the horseshoe. but let's do it in the process where we don't just get a list from the general manager of all the numbers we have and try to make a decision on that. I think we need the time to do it properly and do the best for the residents of Hamilton. So thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Going next to Councillor Tammy Huang, please.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I think that Councillor Kassar has exactly taken the words right out of my mouth, because I think that the challenge is putting in a number where we don't have enough information makes it irresponsible for us as governors to put that. On the other hand, I will also acknowledge to my other council colleagues, because in the business world, we would have just put a number. We would have just said, "This is we can't afford this. Let's put that out there and let's figure out how do we adjust our service levels and all of that." But in the business world, I am absolutely 100% in the details of every single possible program, especially when it comes to my own business. I know every single cent that comes in and out of this business. The challenge as a governor is that this is an over $2 billion business, and I do not have any information to make those kinds of adjustments. And it's one of those where I've been flip-flopping back and forth, because yes, in business I would have said, let's put a cap, let's figure that out, but I already know all the numbers. Here I don't. So this is where I would hope that we could defer this to the budget process where we can spend the time and properly evaluate, because I think it would be a disservice to the taxpayers to put a number out there where we don't have full insight into any of the comings and goings or the balance sheets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Huang. I see first-time speaker, Councillor Esther Pauls, please.
And thank you. And through the chair, this motion, I think, would show our constituents that we are committed to running our city like we will run our household within one's means. And it would ensure that all councillors, they work hard to make difficult decisions and make necessary cuts and not just lip service. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions first. If we're going to do a 4% cap, I heard about we should freeze hiring. I want to ask GM Segarra. Last term, we approved hiring 16 bylaw officers for the vacant tax. Is that in the budget of 2024, or was that in 2023?
Through the chair, the vacant home tax includes the addition of 7 FTEs that were approved through the 2023 budget process that forms part of the 280 FTEs referenced earlier.
Thank you, Councillor.
And so if we have, and so for the 2024, how many more are we hiring for the vacant tax? 9 more, or are the hiring all done? I remember, to be clear, I remember saying it would cost us $2.2 million a year to run the vacant tax, and it would we would need 16 FTEs. Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes. And with respect to the timing of the balance of the position, so 16 FTEs were estimated as part of the vacant home tax. And I would have to report back in terms of the timing of the balance of those positions. I expect that information will come forward in the coming weeks.
Good. I would like to really dig into that to make sure we have this one right, because I know it's coming in March. I have a lot of residents, they don't even know about it. So it's kind of disturbing to how we implemented something that nobody really knows what's going on. But besides that, the next question I want to ask is, has any other city ever gone to the reserve to pay for their debt?
Through the chair, it's normal for municipalities to draw on reserves either for infrastructure or for their operating. With respect to debt, debt is funded either through taxes or user fees. I don't know of a jurisdiction that has used reserves to fund debt. The challenge of using reserves to fund debt is it's not sustainable. You would have to have enough savings. You know, it would be similar to families dipping into their savings to pay their mortgage fees. And again, the challenge would be is having sufficient savings to sustain that over the term of a mortgage, for instance.
Thank you for that. And that's why our city should be run like our household. We know when to spend it and when to hold it. So I will support this motion because it puts a responsibility on every councillor to look at their budget and see what we can pass and what we can't. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. The speakers list before me, I'm just going to make a slight change. Councillor Tattison will be next, followed by the mayor.
I'm not so sure that setting a 4% rate is a disservice. Human nature being what it is, if we don't set an aspirational goal that's low, would we look for those savings as a group, as a corporation? Can we be more efficient? Can we be more productive as a city? Can we still provide all the services that we need to at 4%? The way I look at that, this year's rate increase of 5.8%, the proposed 4% added on to that would be an increase of 9.8% over 2 years, which means we'd be asking staff to work with a budget that's almost 10% higher than the one they worked with 2 years ago. So for me, I want to keep that pressure. It's a tug and a pull when you're trying to motivate people, when you're trying to move somewhere. I think you need to push. I think this is a push that we need to send a message in the sense of this is what is appropriate for the city that we live in and what people can tolerate at this point in time. So that's why I'm going to be supporting the 4%. And can we squeeze? Can we find some savings? Last year's budget at $1.81 billion. 7% of that budget was, as Councillor Danko noted, contracts and consultants. Is there a percent gain there? If we don't look for it, if we don't ask our staff to look for it, by making challenging decisions right now, will it be presented to us? I'm not so sure. I think you need to set, again, that aspirational goal. $1.4 billion in reserves. Would we go to it if we didn't set that aspirational goal? I think it's very important to set the bar low in this case to attain what we need to attain to make our city more livable for its most challenged residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Now we're coming to Mayor Andrea Horwath, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Beattie. I'd like to move at this time a referral of this motion to where it belongs, which is at the Budget GIC, and I hope for the support of council on that. I think we've been debating the budget without having the budget discussion at this meeting today, and I think that's inappropriate. So I'm moving referral, and I need a seconder. I think Councillor Danko said he would second, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I see thumbs up from Councillor Danko on the seconding. We have a point of order from Councillor Clark.
I'm trying to clarify why a referral and not a deferral. A deferral is we're deferring it to the budget process. A referral, we usually refer it to a specific committee to consider it.
Yes, it's a referral to the GIC budget process, to the GIC budget. That's the committee.
And what are the instructions that are to be provided? To meet the 4% mandate?
No, I'm just referring it to the budget process, and there are no other instructions.
Okay,
I would like to move the instruction that we direct staff to look at the 4% mandate in the referral.
That's not a friendly amendment. I don't accept it.
It's not. It's an instruction to our staff, which is consistent with our procedural bylaw.
I'm going to pause for just a moment. I see acting clerk, deputy clerk. Help me out here, Janet. Pilon.
I would suggest that the referral be the consideration of Councillor McMeekin's motion to the GIC budget meeting, and if it would be the first meeting of the GIC budget. Would that be acceptable?
That's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that is the referral motion. And refresh my memory. I am at a loss on how to proceed with the instruction component from...
The referral bylaw indicates very clearly a motion to refer a question is not debatable except where instructions are included in which only the instruction that shall be debatable. My instruction is that we give staff the direction to report back how they were hit a 4% mandate.
Okay.
That would be considered an amendment to the mayor's referral budget, referral motion. So that would be considered an amendment. That separately.
Okay. Councillor Clark, the instructions that I have are that that would be considered an amendment to the motion.
I disagree. 3.14.6b, a motion to refer a question is not debatable except where instructions are included in which the instruction shall not be debatable. The mayor has referred this matter to the budget, directly announcing the 4% to the budget. Mine is providing the instruction that staff would report back how they would hit that 4%. That is most certainly an instruction.
Okay. If I understand correctly then, the process of referral has a built-in mechanism with instructions in it, and it is the instructions that are debatable, if I have understood the councillor's reading of the bylaw. The referral that is on the table does not have specific instructions, I don't think.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So we have Councillor Clark adding instructions to the referral.
Which requires an amendment.
Yeah, right, because the procedural bylaw says a motion to refer a question is not debatable except where instructions are included, in which case only the instructions shall be debatable. The mayor's motion does not have instructions
okay.
other than the referral to GIC budget.
So then...
And I have the legal right as a councillor to move the motion for instruction to include those instructions. We have been doing this since I have been on council. When a motion to refer comes up, what are the instructions that we would like to provide staff? The motion I'm moving is that we would like to have staff report back on how we would meet that 4% target. That's completely in order. I disagree with the clerk, respectfully.
Oh, okay. I have a point of order from Councillor Nat.
It might be a point of procedure. I don't know. This is where I'm getting confused also. My question is, the previous speaker came in on a point, and inside the point is debating instruction. My understanding of the procedural bylaw is that there is a mover and a seconder on a referral motion. That referral motion then is open for committee members to enter into the speaker's list to debate the instructions. That's not what happened right now. And so I just want to clarify that. There was a seeking of point of clarity around the procedure. That was legit from my perspective. But the add-on of instructions, I think perhaps there was a step missed, which was a speaker's list. In which case, I'd like to add myself to the speaker's list as I have a question on the instructions.
Okay. I think I have a relatively decent understanding that there is a motion to add the instructions, that has been brought forward, an amendment to the referral motion, which would open up a speakers list. And I see nodding heads thus far. That speakers list so far includes Councillor Nan and Councillor Danko. No, it does not include Councillor Danko, but I do see, do I have, well, that's a reasonable question. Is there a seconder on the motion, the amendment from Councillor Clark? Councillor McMeekin. So we are now in order.
So now I'm going to call a point of order on the amendment.
Run for office, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
So the referral.
Councillor Clark, or sorry, Councillor Danko, please.
A referral motion is not debatable except for the instructions. The instruction is that it be referred to the budget process for debate. That is the instruction. The alternative, the amending instruction for staff to report back on the 4% is the motion that's being referred. So I don't consider this amendment to be in order because it is the motion. We're voting on the motion that's being referred. So I don't think that's in order.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
I will yield my amendment if the mayor makes a statement that the 4% mandate, which is questioned by Councillor McMeekin, staff are going to be directed to come back and report on how we can or cannot meet that 4%. And if the mayor is agreeing to that, then I have no need for adding an additional instruction. But I want to make it clear, Deputy Mayor, the members of council have the right under our procedural orders to add any instruction to a referral matter. Any instruction. Look at the previous minutes and you will see this done all the time.
Okay. So then you've asked for a statement from the mayor, who is the mover of the referral motion.
Chair, with respect, I move a referral of this item to the Budget GIC Committee deliberations. That's what I have moved.
Okay.
I believe it's time to call the question.
So there has been an amendment added to your referral motion.
No, there hasn't been an amendment added. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. There has not been an amendment added. There is no amendment to my referral motion stands as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, just to maybe sort this out. I'm sorry, and this is your job, so I apologize for intervening slightly, but I've got the procedural bylaw right here. I've read it about 6 million times. So I just want to point out something I think that's relevant here that you'll probably be looking for. What it says is here's a motion to refer the question shall include the name of an individual body to whom the question is to be referred, may include instructions respecting the terms upon the questions to be referred. And that decision is made by the mover alone. Let me get to the next two, please. A motion to refer questions not debatable except where instructions are included, which they haven't been. But C, a motion to refer a question may be amended in accordance with subsection 3.1113. So we can have an amendment, we can vote on the amendment, and that's okay. So I just want to say that out loud. I'm reading it right out of the procedural bylaw, just trying to provide a little bit of reading that we can have it can be amended.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crutch. That is very instructive. So we do have a motion that amends the referral that has been duly moved and seconded. So then it would be appropriate to deal with...
I have a point of order, actually. Mr. Chair, excuse me, I have a point of order here.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
I believe that the amendment, if it is put forward, undoes the intent of the referral. And so it's not in order. If it undoes the intent of my referral, then it's not in order.
Councillor Clark.
The motion to amend the instructions was to ask staff to report back on how they can hit the 4% mandate or how they can't. What do they have to do or not do to hit the 4%? It's clarifying they are going to report back on what they have tried to do to either hit or not hit the 4%. In some areas, they'll be able to hit it. In other areas, they won't be able to hit it. That is a very clear amendment. It is 100% accepted in our procedural bylaws to add that instruction to clarify. So the 4% mandate, the amendment is that our staff will report back on how they would hit the mandate or not hit the mandate, which is consistent with what we have done forever and a day in this body.
I see Acting Clerk Pilon.
The motion from Councillor McMeekin is that the Hamilton City Council go on record to embrace a municipal generated tax cap no greater than 4% for the 2024 budget. It doesn't direct staff to report back on that 4%. 4% hasn't been considered by council at this point. It's being referred to GIC. So when that motion goes to GIC, that would be the time to bring forward a budget, an amendment to have staff look and report back, because this is not before council at this time. You're referring it to GIC.
So now we are trying to discern, sir, if the amendment is in order, which I think is what the colleagues around the table are trying to tease out. I wish the mayor a speedy recovery. I am struggling with this one because obviously I want to afford all members the opportunity to have their due process. I am seeking the advice of, and have sought the advice of, the acting clerk. A number of members of council have spoken on how they interpret the bylaw that is being cited here. I think the question still remains on whether or not this is an amendment that would be allowable under that regulation, and apparently this is my call, my ruling. And the crowd goes very quiet. If clerk could just recite back the last piece that you gave just a moment ago.
The motion is not directing staff to report back. The motion is being referred to GIC to be considered at the GIC budget meeting. So the 4% hasn't been discussed yet. It will be discussed at GIC budget if the deferral is carried by council.
Referral.
The referral is,
okay.
Yes. So
thank you. And Councillor Clark wishes to add instructions for a report back. In what? Sorry.
It is direction to staff under instruction that they will provide how they can or cannot hit the 4% mandate. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
During the budget process, they will reiterate each item. We can hit it here, we can't hit it there. Here's what we need to do. It is completely permissible as an amendment to the instruction.
Alternatively, as it goes to GIC organically, that would take place, most likely. There would be questions and back and forth during that process because we haven't given specific instructions, but that's typically how things go during the budget process. Okay. Councillor, I'm afraid I'm not going to proceed with your amendment. Okay.
who would like to second it?
Okay.
Councillor McMeekin?
Alrighty.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor Beatty has said that the amendment is not in order, and Councillor Clark has challenged that decision. So those of you who are in agreement with Councillor Beattie, decision would vote in favor, and those who are not in agreement would vote against. So we're going to put the vote up now. 2/3. Right. To sustain this chair's ruling. Yeah.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote? Meekin, can you vote, please?
The chair's ruling is sustained.
Okay. So we have a referral motion on the table. And the referral, therefore, is non-debatable, which means that we'll be calling a vote on the referral.
This is on referring Councillor McMeekin's motion.
Yeah. Correct. The motion is carried. So therefore, this item is finished. And we are moving on to item 7.2. Councillor Jackson, you have a motion pertaining to the Swansea Tenants Association Committee Thanksgiving Dinner. If you would kindly read your motion.
Deputy Mayor Beattie, can now we move to possible turkey dinners?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Both 2 and 4 immediately whispered and said, go for it. Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by the hardworking councillor from Ward 8, John Paul Danko. Swansea Tenants Association Committee Thanksgiving Dinner in Ward 6. Whereas the Swansea Tenants Association Committee, all volunteers at 801 Upper Gauge in Ward 6 have planned a Thanksgiving dinner for 100 to 150 tenants on Saturday, October 14th. Whereas the Tenants Association will be delivering meals to shut-ins and waiving the customary fee for in order for more tenants to participate. Whereas the policy and guidelines for eligible expenses for elected officials state sponsorship donations limited to $350 per named organization per year, and whereas this request exceeds the maximum for the following reasons: providing support for an event organized by a volunteer association in a city housing Hamilton complex. 2, without the support of funding, many tenants would potentially not be able to afford the dinner and feel isolated during the special social event time in the building. And 3, this is a one-time request. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that for this one-time exception, the maximum noted in the policy and guidelines for eligible expenses for elected officials be waived. B, that an upset limit of $1,100 be allocated from my Ward 6 operating budget department number listed there for the Swansea Tenants Committee for the Thanksgiving Day dinner for Swansea tenants on Saturday, October 14th. And C, that the mayor, city clerk be authorized direct to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Deputy Mayor Beattie, just quickly want to thank Acting Clerk Pilon and Special Policy Analyst from Finance, Matt Hilson, for helping me with the wording and language of this motion. And I want to also thank the executive of the Tenants Association, President Sue McTaggart, Estelle Woolridge, and Gail Blanco for putting and organizing this wonderful volunteer event. And Deputy Mayor Beattie, as I sent out my notice to motion, people, all members of council had it for the last 2 weeks. I sent out a reminder in the last 24 hours. I've been very respectful as other members of council have wanted to use other funds to the best of their ability on how best to direct those funds to support their communities. I'm not standing in judgment whatsoever. I have just tried over the many years I've had a capital account, both the capital reinvestment and the area rated funds. I've done my consistent best in Ward 6 to use those funds for capital. Hence, in order to provide this approximate $7 per plate dinner for up to 150 of the tenants of the Swansea building at 801 Upper Gage, I need to exceed the $350 limit. And I thank Councillor Danko for his seconding and hoping to have your support. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see any speakers on the speakers list. So at this point, then I'll. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Beattie. Councillor Kreitz just asked me to state this. Yes, the additional funds are solely coming out of the Ward 6 budget, not affecting any other ward or citywide budgets. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie.
Very good. And I do have the mayor added to the speakers list. Please proceed.
Thanks very much. I just want to say that I was interested to see the motion, and I'm supporting it. I was driving down Upper Gage not too long ago, and I noticed this building with a bunch of tenants out front, kind of sitting around having a bit of a chit chat. And I thought to myself, what a friendly group of people. They look like they're really enjoying the fact that they have their own little neighborhood there in their building. And turns out, in fact, it's the building that you're talking about in your motion, Councillor Jackson. So I'm very happy to support it.
Thank you, Mayor. So at this time, if there's no further speakers to the motion, I'd like to ask my colleagues to register their vote, please. So we're recalling the vote.
Sorry, I was talking to Councillor Jackson. I know this might sound like a minor thing. I just wanted to make sure it's on the record. Councillor Jackson's paying for this out of his office budget, not out of the area rating reserves. And so that's just a distinction between, I think, we're all doing different things. And I wanted to make that distinction just apparent to everybody that he's paying for it out of his office budget. That's all. Thanks. Happy to vote.
Yep.
Okay. With no further speakers, if we could redo the vote, please, on 7.2.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote?
And there you have it. Councillor Jackson, unanimous support, 16-0. 7.3, resignation and appointment. Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee. Councillor Nan, if you would please present your motion.
Certainly, it's a housekeeping motion to approve a resignation and approve an appointment to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee. A, that Council accept Councillor Esther Paul's resignation from the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee effective immediately. And B, that Councillor Cassar be appointed to the Hamilton Police Services Board Selection Committee effective immediately. And many thanks to Councillor Cassar for volunteering to join the really important process here underway. Thank you. It's seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I'm looking at the speakers list, but I'm not sure if that's current or old. That is current. Councillor Kreitz, please.
Thanks. I just want to also thank Councillor Cassar for stepping up to do this work. It's vitally important work. This community has come together to participate in the Police Services Board Committee, and it's been a pretty remarkable process from my perspective in terms of that community participation. I also want to thank staff and everybody else on council for ensuring this happened in a more transparent manner. This is the first time since I've been elected representative that we've actually gone through the process and there's been a vacancy, of circulating that vacancy, getting everyone's input and putting something forward. So thank you to everyone for doing that. I just think it's very, very important we continue this process going forward so that everyone's aware of these opportunities, right? And it's really easy for us all to know when they're coming up. So thank you so much to everybody for that.
Okay. Councillor Ted McMeekin, please.
I just want to take a moment to thank Councillor Pauls for her service. Thank you.
Very good. Seeing no further speakers, if we please indicate our votes now. And that motion carries unanimously, 16-0. Moving on to item 7.4, feasibility of securing injunctions to prohibit annual unsanctioned events in Ward 1. Councillor Maureen Wilson, if you kindly present your motion.
Thank you, Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor J.P. Danko. I'll go down to the therefore be it resolved that the City of Hamilton's legal services be directed to review the feasibility of securing an injunction to prohibit these annual unsanctioned events known as St. Patrick's Day and fake homecoming, and report back in advance of those days to us in Q 2023. And B, that the City of Hamilton's municipal bylaw enforcement amass information detailing the full cost and incident reports on these unsanctioned events and any information required to inform an injunction order that would prohibit unsanctioned events in Ward 1, if I may speak to it briefly. Thank you. Before I can speak to it, I would like to try and illuminate for some of my colleagues the significance of the resources that are amassed and applied in responding to these unsanctioned events, which occur in and around McMaster University in Ward 1. And for your information, the fake homecoming event is planned on this Saturday. Unfortunate, it's National Day of Reconciliation. So if I could, through you, Chair, to the City Manager.
Looking to City Manager Smith, please.
City Manager, through the Chair, could you provide this body and the public a sense of the resources that are used by the municipality and the Hamilton Police Service Board, if you have that detail available, on when does planning start, what does it look like, and the resources both to plan, to execute, and to clean up.
City Manager?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then I'll pass it on to our acting Director bylaw to get into more of the how long the process is to plan. But from a dollar perspective, to give council a sense, so for fake homecoming in 2022, so last fall, that was between the city and police was $175,740. That included 400 staff hours to do that. So that was last fall. St. Patrick's Day in 2022 was actually $243,000, $243,944 for St. Patty's in 2022, and at 482 staff hours. We got fortunate this past St. Patty's Day because the weather was horrid, so it was much lower, but that's the magnitude. In terms of how long the planning and who's around the table, I'll pass it over.
Thank you. So I'm Dan Smith, Manager of Licensing, current Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Through the Chair, the planning starts early. It's months that we take to organize with multiple different agencies, including fire, police, public health, public works, communications, where we sit around a table and discuss all the matters, what had happened in the past, what happens potentially moving forward, and planning as such. But between St. Patrick's Day and homecoming or fake homecoming, it's annual that we sit around and discuss these matters.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. So my understanding is that coordinated coordination table begins in January, and it runs through until the day of fake homecoming, and then it begins. There's a little bit of respite after the cleanup is done and the debriefing, and then it begins all again in earnest in January. Is that your understanding through the chair?
Okay. Acting Director?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through the chair to the city manager, the last time we deliberated this in full, in September of 2022, the mayor and yourself were requested to meet with McMaster to see if they would contribute to some of the costs that our taxpayers are having to pay. Could you report on that meeting, please?
City Manager?
Yep. Through the Deputy Mayor, so I can confirm that earlier this year, Mayor Horvath and I did hold a meeting with the president of the university and other senior staff to review the costs that have been incurred by the city, and I gave you the examples just a few moments ago, incurred by both the city and police. But I think just as important, we spent quite a bit of time talking to them about the impact these events have on the community, the residents and the businesses in those neighborhoods. And following the meeting, we did get a written reply from the president of the university that confirmed what their position is. And McMaster's position is that they do contribute significantly to the costs of the event, particularly to policing, by hiring special constables that are there throughout the academic year, and they also provide support for police on the day of the unsanctioned events. They also talked about their commitment to enforce the code of conduct if it is determined that it is students, their own students that are involved, and especially through charges through the nuisance party bylaw, that they will enforce the code of conduct. And they also spoke about a communication campaign that they start at the beginning of the school year about being a good neighbor and the importance of being respectful of the neighborhood in which they live and go to school.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Through the chair, City Manager, I know you have been in touch with some of your colleagues in municipalities that have post-secondary institutions. Could you share with us any knowledge you might have of universities that have made a commitment to their cities and trying to respond to these unsanctioned events?
City Manager?
Yep. Through the Deputy Mayor, there's a group of us CAOs that meet regularly to talk about the impacts of unsanctioned events at the universities in our municipality. We share things that are working and not working and learn from each other so we can be better prepared. In terms of getting funding support, the last update I got, Kingston is receiving approximately $150,000 a year from Queen's University. Now, they have clarified that the municipality spends about $1 million a year. They tend to have more than just the 2 events a year. And London municipality was successful at a one-time $100,000 contribution from Western University. The other municipalities have either asked and it's been declined or have not asked at all.
Okay. Councillor?
Thank you. One final question, Chair, and I appreciate the time. The reference to the off-duty officers that work 2 or 3 nights a week during the school year, I believe, is that unique to Hamilton? Through the chair.
City Manager?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I've actually reached out. Councillor Wilson was nice enough to give me a heads up. She was asking, and I did reach out to our colleagues. I haven't been able to get a hold of all municipalities yet to reply, because this is an item that hasn't come up in our regular check-ins. And there is one for sure that has confirmed Guelph that they do have some extra paid duty. They bring in some paid duty officers from Guelph Police.
Okay.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I'm asking for your support in moving forward. I think it's a pretty simple motion, and then there will be a report back. I'm asking for that report back from Legal Services before the end of the year. The reason I think it's important for residents beyond Ward 1 is when our police services, when our fire services, when our paramedic services, when our bylaw services are having to attend to these unsanctioned events, it means they're not able to attend to events in your ward. And the cost of attending to these unsanctioned events is affecting your residents. So that's the motion, pretty self-explanatory. I appreciate the information provided by both bylaw and the city manager.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Clark on the speakers list.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Beattie. I do support the motion moved by Councillor Wilson. I would suggest that we may want to get additional information in terms of who would enforce an injunction if we should go down that road. My historical understanding is that the police enforce those injunctions, and they don't always enforce those injunctions because it's at the discretion of the police officers. I think of that Douglas Estates. They went on and on for a long time, and the OPP did not enforce the injunction. And if they did, it was way down the road. So we just need to ensure that as we're going forward, all of our cards are on the table, and we want to make sure that we know who's going to enforce the injunction and at what point would they enforce that injunction. Just a suggestion.
Okay. I'm looking to the mover if the intent is understood or if there's a wording requirement changed on the motion.
Respectfully, through the chair, it's my opinion that the wording does not have to be changed, in that I'm going to assume that Legal Services will converse with their planning table and bring that information forward, and also noting the governance difference between the two bodies. It's my intent to send a clear message to the community and to those attending that it is it's not acceptable. It is not acceptable to have an 80-year-old woman cowering under her bed because she's afraid of what's going on in her neighborhood. It's not acceptable for residents not able to get out of their neighborhood because it's cordoned off with huge public works trucks and police. It's just, you're locked in for a period of at least 24 hours. It's not acceptable for a street in the Ainsleywood neighborhood to have shoulder-to-shoulder police officer lining that street in order to protect property and persons. It is not acceptable. And so I look forward to having that detailed debrief back, the consequences of the cost, the debrief on the damage to person or property, if there is any, and then from Legal Services, including what we would have to consider if it would be possible. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Clark, does that satisfy? Okay. Very well. I see no further speakers on item 7.4. So with that, if colleagues would kindly indicate their votes. And that carries 15-0. Congratulations, Councillor Wilson. Moving on to 7.5, award of C15-43-23, Alexander Park, construction of a skate park facility. Councillor Maureen Wilson, again, if you would please present your motion.
Thank you, Chair. This is a much more pleasant motion to present. It is administrative. There's a slight amendment. We've already dealt with this matter. The first time it was before us, there was just it omitted the actual execution part. So it's just an administrative amendment to the motion. Thank you. And it's seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Very good. I don't see any speakers to the list. So with that, colleagues, if you would kindly register your vote, please.
Councillor Spatafor.
And that also carries 14-0. Thank you, folks. Moving on to 7.6, which is a motion from Councillor McMeekin regarding the Waterdown Museum of Hope. Councillor McMeekin, if you kindly present your motion.
Thanks very much, Chair Beatty. Just a preamble, I want to celebrate Thanksgiving in the Waterdown community a little bit differently. There may be a few turkeys there, but we want to do it by opening up a community museum. And I won't read the whereases, but let me just say there are a couple of award-winning history professors who have taken a real interest in Indigenous studies and have contaged a whole bunch of students in both local Indigenous history as well as local history who have decided to partner with the Waterdown Legion, willing partners, to open a Museum of Hope, which will combine Indigenous history, local history, and military history. And it will be housed in a special room at the Legion. So therefore be it resolved, I'll just read that the Waterdown Museum of Hope, in support of the Waterdown Museum, be funded from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account 330-160-9615 and an upset limit, including a contingency not to exceed $10,000, and that the mayor and city clerk, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So we have a mover and seconder.
Taddison will second that. Thanks.
Very nice. Any conversation on the motion, please? Don't see anyone on the speakers list. So with that, thank you very much, Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you.
We'll now move to a vote. My colleagues would kindly indicate their vote now.
And if we have turkey, I'll invite you guys.
Councillor Spatafor, are you with us?
And the motion carries 14-0. Thank you very much, folks. Moving on to item 8.1, which is a notice of motion, starting with a city support for Doors Open event in 2024. Councillor Kretsch, if I could please have a motion. I believe you would like to waive the rules on this one. So we'll start by a motion to waive the rules. Of course, I'll remind colleagues that that requires a 2/3 majority. So we'll begin by the motion to waive the rules.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to waive the rules. My seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson.
Okay. And I think it is typical that there's an explanation as to the urgency.
Yeah, there's a bit of urgency in terms of the funds being committed so they can start making the kinds of plans they need to. So that has to happen soon, which is why this is a one-time thing that's happening. And I'll explain that when we get to the motion. But That's why I'm asking to waive the rules, because it's time sensitive.
Okay, so we'll begin with that motion. That'll be coming up shortly. Kindly indicate your vote, and then we'll proceed to the motion itself in just a moment. Okay, that carries 15-0. Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. My seconder again is Alex Wilson. I'll be brief in discussing this issue. We had a delegate come forward to talk about this matter and ask for us to consider changing the funding model for Doors Open, which is a huge heritage event across the city. As the city's heritage representative on the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, it's why I'm moving the motion. And I've talked to staff about this, and the quandary here has been for a while now that a lot of what is going on that the Doors Open group is doing is actually operational in nature. Some of it's operational in nature, so they're kind of taking on the city's operations. So they've come forward to the city and said, okay, how do we solve this problem? The city's like, okay, let's pay for part of this out of the Economic Development Initiatives Fund. So it's not impacting the tax levy. It's already coming out of a fund. So for a one-time, and then we'll work through this year to figure out how to get you into the city enrichment fund for the amount that you should be in there for. And if there's an operational amount, they'll bring that forward in subsequent years. So this is happening now also because they have to start planning for the spring event and arranging all these things early. And so that's why it's here. I understand it's kind of an awkward thing. And I want to say that this is not about someone coming forward and asking for a grant. That's not the case here. And I want to say that really clearly. I wouldn't be supporting that if that's what it was. It's that staff have said, hey, we recognize we have a responsibility in all this, and we ought to be taking control of it. And part of the motion speaks to that, saying, look, we have to set appropriate performance expectations for this event. We have to be involved in it, and they want to be able to support the success of it, which is why it's a one-time provision. So that's that. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers on the list. I'm scanning around the horseshoe very quickly. Seeing none, then we will move to a vote on the motion.
Councillor Spatafor, are you able to vote?
And that carries 14-0. Congratulations. We're moving on now to item 9, statements by members. If we could, acting clerk, you have something to add.
Deputy Mayor Beattie, we have the 8.2 that Councillor Clark introduced through the changes of the agenda regarding the air monitoring at the GFL Stony Creek landfill.
Yes. That was not included in the roadmap, and I didn't write it down correctly. My apologies. So, Councillor Clark, if you would bring that forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to read the notice of motion first, if I may. Whereas the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks air monitoring report has been received, indicating no exceedances to the Ontario air quality standards. Whereas many residents have expressed a level of distrust and are still concerned about the health impacts from breathing these odors virtually daily since the spring, whereas the MECP and GFL representatives have indicated that there is no timeline to end these noxious and nasty odors. I paraphrase there. Whereas the psychosocial impacts of this experience are negatively affecting residents' lives, whereas the City of Hamilton has no legal authority over the landfill, but we do have a public health responsibility. Be it resolved that staff be directed to explore the ways and the means to provide independent third-party air monitoring for a minimum 7-day period. And I would like to seek Council's approval to waive the rules. Our residents have been experiencing this for some time, and I'm grateful that many of my colleagues have driven through Upper Stony Creek and quickly rolled up their windows. But we're living with this, and I'm truly worried about the psychosocial impacts on the residents. And I believe, given what they're experiencing, it is time sensitive. So I would like to move that we waive the rules and Councillor Matt Francis, whose residents are equally experiencing or very similarly experiencing these impacts, has seconded that.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to start with a motion to waive the rules. On the motion. As soon as that is visible, we'll indicate our votes. And I expect that will pass. Which it has. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the motion is exactly the same as I have moved, and Councillor Matt Francis is seconding this motion. I would suggest that there needs to be an amendment, and I neglected this, my apologies, but we need to indicate a funding account, and that would be the GFL royalties account. What better than to use the royalties that we receive from this landfill, but to spend it on air monitoring. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I am increasingly concerned about what's going on. I'm increasingly concerned about the disparity in the actions of the Ministry of Environment to this private company as juxtaposed against how they acted to the City of Hamilton and the AIM group when we had odor issues in downtown Hamilton that were dealing with the organics recycling. They moved heaven and earth to get that fixed immediately. It's not happening here. Let me tell you what they're doing. They're spraying Febreze in the air. I'm paraphrasing, but they called it air neutralizing sprays. I think that's called Febreze. So they must have some very large tanks. Let me tell you, it's not working. The smell of bubble gum on top of this horrendous odor, I dare any of you to go up there and roll down your window and take a deep breath and tell me that you didn't gag. My residents, Councillor Francis' residents, have been living with these odors since the spring, since the beginning of the construction of the new cell for the landfill. Initially, we were dismissed, just an occasional odor. When we finally got their attention, they deflected it to the leachate and drained the leachate pond and did all of these things with the leachate, but the odor kept coming. It did not stop. Nothing they have done so far has stopped this odor. And that is uniquely different than from the first 20 years of experience with this landfill, because odors were rare. I sat on the CLC committee, Community Liaison Committee, that entire time, and it was very rare for us to get an odor complaint. I'm getting them daily. My phone hasn't stopped ringing today. It didn't stop yesterday, and it didn't stop the day before. The complaints are coming. I do not know whether or not independent third-party air monitoring will resolve some of the apprehension, fear, uncertainty, and anguish that the residents are experiencing, but we have to try. I was grateful that the Public Health Department reviewed the report from the ministry, and they made it very clear, notwithstanding that it did not exceed the provincial air quality standards, these odors can affect the health of residents. Vomiting, nausea, headaches, sore throats, bronchitis, because they're breathing in such a strong odor nonstop. I am frustrated beyond belief that the province of Ontario is not treating it with the same urgency as they treated the city of Hamilton, but then I guess they always treat governments differently. They need to put their foot down and say enough. I'm hoping that this motion, where we would have independent third-party air monitoring, and it would be done at a random time, they would not tell the landfill company when we're going to do this air monitoring, that it will bring some level of comfort that the outcome is what it is. But it does not stop the fact that these people, I shouldn't say these people, that's unfair. Residents, children, grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts are suffering with this odor. That's the appropriate terminology. And the government of Ontario and Queen's Park need to get off their butt and fix it.
Thank you, succinct and to the point. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Happy to support the motion. It went by too quickly for me to see the whole, therefore be it resolved. So if I could see that again, please. That staff be directed to explore the ways and means to provide independent third-party air monitoring for a minimum 7-day period at GFL Stony Creek Landfill to be funded by the GFL royalties account number and report back to Public Health Committee. Truly looking forward to the report back to the Public Health Committee. I did just have a quick question regarding which staff will be working to find the independent third-party air monitoring. Would it be public health staff through you?
Okay, I'll be looking to the bench for the appropriate answer on that. GM Mater, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, they'll be following up with public health. They're leading the work on that with that committee.
Okay, and subsequently then, my understanding of our air monitoring capacity is that we don't have the capacity to monitor odor. So I just wanted to clarify that this is actually achievable, because I understand Councillor Clark is looking for a very clear type of air quality monitoring that doesn't have to deal with particulate matter, that has to deal with odor. And I've been subsequently told that we couldn't pursue this in Ward 3 because public health didn't have the capacity to monitor odor.
GM?
Through the chair, Councillor Nan, you're more informed than I am on that, but what I can do is I can follow up with Dr. Richardson and Kevin McDonald, the director, on that. They're the ones that have been leading this discussion, so I can confirm that, and I'll follow back up with all of council.
Much appreciated, Deputy Mayor. If this is, as a result of this motion, a capacity that the city is going to be able to procure the services of a third-party contractor to be able to enable the city to monitor odor, this is a very important evolution in capacity, and that you will likely see some subsequent motions seeking to do the same in both wards 3 and 4. Thank you.
I did see that the mover had some additional information you may want to add.
Thank you. And the MECP did do air monitoring. I would add only after this council approved that motion to force them to do air monitoring, to require that they do air monitoring. The air monitoring of an odor is because the odors are off-gassing. So it's unfortunate that you were advised in a previous iteration that you can't test odors. You most certainly can. It's the gas that's coming off of the materials, whether it's leachate, whether it's landfill materials. The materials will off-gas, especially on a hot, humid day. You get a much stronger smell, especially if it's just sitting there with no wind. And off-gassing is most certainly detectable. And they most certainly detected parameters that are under the Ontario air quality standards, but the detections were under the exceedances that are permitted. So we still need to do that work here. We still need to have an understanding of what's going on because the odors are still causing the illnesses. And I would fully support Councillor Nan if she's wanting to go down this road elsewhere, because I think that's the difference. Yes, we're not testing what the odor is per se. We're testing that the gases that make up that odor are coming out of the landfill, are coming out of the materials. We capture those gases, we assess what it is, and we report back to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mayor Horvath on the speakers list next.
Thanks very much, Chair Beatty. I just want to thank Councillor Clark for his dogged determination on this particular issue. I received the same kinds of complaints and concerns and frustration, and people are just beside themselves, and rightfully so, having to deal with this horrifying situation. It's untenable. One of the things that I just wanted to share is that, of course, we, as of I think Friday, have a new Minister of Environment, and we'll be reaching out to Minister Andrea Kangin as soon as I possibly can to have a conversation with her to update her on the situation, because we had, of course, been in touch with Minister Piccini, who's now got a different portfolio. So it's always, I think, important to try to reach out to the minister so that the minister, appropriate minister, so that they're aware. And so I just wanted to let Councillor Clark and the community know that I'll be following up with Minister Kangin.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Clark has expressed his thanks also. I really would quickly, if Councillor Francis would mind just taking the chair for a quick moment to speak in support of the motion as the city's other representative on the Community Liaison Committee. I had the fortune of sitting in on our last meeting. There was only a brief opportunity for residents to offer their thoughts and their opinions and their description of what is happening. But it wouldn't be understated to say that this situation is ruining the quality of life in a significant portion of our community. And the responses that I observed from the company and from the ministry did not seem adequate, in my opinion. And I am thankful for the mover for bringing this forward. And I would state, I'm sure that everybody already knows this, but in my 30 some odd years of knowing Councillor Clark, the interwoven nature of him and that landfill are practically irremovable from each other. So if Councillor Clark is saying that there's an issue, there's an issue. And we should be offering our full support behind that. With that, I'll take the chair back. And if there are no further speakers, I do see Councillor McMeekin added to the list. So please, sir. Not yet. We're still on the councillor's motion for air quality monitoring. So if there are no further speakers on Councillor Clark's motion, we call the vote. Please indicate it now. And that carries unanimously, as I expected it would. Moving on to item 9, which is statement of members. If you could indicate your wish to speak, we'll be added to the speakers list. This, of course, is an opportunity to bring updates, community issues, or whatever it is that's on your mind that you'd like to discuss with council. We'll start off with Councillor Ted McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair Beatty. I just want to update members of council about some important work that's being done by the voluntary sector in the Waterdown area, particularly since we spent a fair bit of time today talking about equity and women's safety issues. I was fortunate enough to receive an invite to attend 2 special events, the Waterdown's Women's Resource Center, which services in cooperation with other groups, information for women, particularly vulnerable women, rural women in particular, and doing great service. There's another group that had an event as well called Eagle's Nest. They're more a direct counseling center, and they see literally hundreds of mostly women, but young people in general, who are struggling with mental health and other issues, and they have mental health professionals on staff struggling for resources like everybody else, but really doing an exemplary job of helping in a community that is often thought of as not needing help, but really does need help in so many instances. And lastly, I participated in my 26th Terry Fox run. I didn't run this year. I did manage to walk about a kilometer before my hips gave out and I had to stop. But next year I'll have running shoes on and I'll be running. I just want to say I had the privilege in 1980. I was a member of Hamilton City Council, the youngest member of Hamilton City Council. I should just flag that. When Terry Fox came through town and Mayor McDonald had a special reception for him, 19-year-old kid. We met just out here in one of the anti-rooms. The humblest, nicest, gentlest, caring young man I think I've ever met in my life, who was suffering from and recovering from cancer, who had decided to seize the day. And in seizing the day, started a quest to run across the country. Came to a sad end up Port Arthur way, but today we all run for Terry. Terry ran for us. We run for him. And as a two-time cancer survivor myself, I'm particularly indebted to this young man and to the hundreds of millions of dollars that the Terry Fox runs have raised over the years. That's why I had a Thank You Terry t-shirt on last week. Thank you, sir. Your memory will always be a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. As a cancer survivor myself, I share that sentiment and very appreciative for those kind words. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Beattie. Two messages, one happy and one very, very somber. The happy message is tomorrow at 5 o'clock at Macassa Lodge. There's a volunteer dinner for the approximate 200 volunteers that help out at Macassa Lodge, servicing and helping whatever way possible to the 270 frail elderly residents that call Macassa home. And I want to congratulate President Ray Strawn and his volunteer committee. And they just do yeoman's work and work that we would need many, many more staff to hire without this great group of volunteers. So to President Ray Strawn and his committee, the one small way that the Lodge says thank you is to this volunteer dinner, and that's tomorrow night. That'd be Thursday night, September 28th at 5 p.m. at the Lodge. On a very, very somber note, Deputy Mayor Beattie, I'm not going to prolong this, but I just need to say this. There's members of this council that are consistently fighting to right injustices, both locally, nationally, and around the world. There's members of council who are champions about needing and providing humanitarian aid, and there's members of council that advocate and fight strongly against human rights violations. I just want to say everybody knows my ancestral background, and I just want to say on behalf of St. Mary's Apostolic Armenian Church on Mayhurst Street in Ward 4, and on behalf of the Armenian Community Center on Barton Street near Greens Road in Ward 10, I want to thank Member of Parliament Matthew Green and the NDP party. Matthew and I have communicated in the last 48 hours regarding the horrendous situation that's occurring right now in the Nagorno-Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, where it'll probably end up being close to, if not all, of the 120,000 ethnic Armenians will be fleeing that country and their homes to get across the border safely into Armenia proper. So I just I truly want to thank a former colleague of mine and who's gone on to bigger and better things, Matthew Green, and the NDP that are calling on the government of Canada to move sanctions against the Azerbaijan government. I want to thank our Canadian ambassador, Bob Ray, to the UN, who has called the recent actions by the aggressor obscene. And of course, for Armenians, Deputy Mayor Beatty, this is a horrendous reminder of 1915. That was 1.5 million. This is about 120,000 that unofficially are leaving officially, because unofficially they just fear of staying under another government's rulership that in the past has shown between Azerbaijan and Turkey not favorable reception to Armenians. So I just wanted to thank MP Matt Green, and I'm glad the world now is starting to pay serious attention to the atrocities that's occurring there. Thanks for allowing me this, Deputy Mayor Beatty.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And somber note, and of course, you mentioned the Armenian Centre in Ward 10, a very strong Armenian population in Stony Creek, and I'm sure that they're all watching this very closely. Going now to Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Jackson, for those words. And yeah, hearts are with everybody right now as we face those atrocities together. In terms of statements, in terms of Ward 3, sorry, I'm just digesting a little bit of what Councillor Jackson shared. Back to my script. In Ward 3, coming up on October 5th, from 6 to 9, the Ward 3 office is hosting a community workshop on air quality in Hamilton, and specifically with a geographic lens on the ward. We have special guests and subject matter experts coming from the Canadian Environmental Law Association to discuss rights of residents facing air quality issues, as they are often the result of different industrial practices. We have subject matter experts on air quality coming from McMaster University, as well as sharing the kind of highlights of the recent reports from the University of Toronto, as well as health experts from the Hamilton Family Health Team, who will be helping our participants understand how to advocate for themselves with their family doctor, to help understand what issues to explore with your doctor if you have questions or concerns related to air quality and how it might be impacting yourself and your family. Really important pieces of information. The goal of the participatory workshop, different from other work that we've done as a ward office, which focuses on information, sharing information. This is really about building the capacity of our residents to advocate together on issues that are similar, but might be unique to a particular source when it comes to air quality. As just recently discussed, the Ministry of Environmental Conservation and Parks only goes so far. As discussed around this body before, we have a province that has standards that enable and allow carcinogens to be pumped into our airshed, and that has direct consequences to the residents of this city. And there are limitations in terms of what the municipality can do to protect our residents. So the goal here really is to work with the hundreds of residents who have been emailing into my office now over the last 4.5 years on this issue and help them mobilize, help them advocate for themselves around their health issues and health rights, help them understand the issues and mobilize around putting pressure on the provincial government to change standards that need to be changed, and also to understand how to hold businesses and corporations accountable. The role of a councillor's office is to help our residents understand how to navigate systems. And when our system can only go so far, it is an absolute honor and a privilege to stand beside those residents as they prepare to take the fight to different levels. So that's the primary focus. If you're interested in attending the workshop, we do have limited seating, as it's going to be a very in-depth, kind of intimate process. You are encouraged to send an email to Carrie at our Ward 3 Climate Action Coordinator at Kerry, which is Kerry, .leclair, CLAIR at hamilton.ca if you're interested in registering. We have some pre-questions and pre-registration pieces that we need to solidify with our residents prior to confirming participation. I also want to say thank you to the residents who attended last night's LRT community meeting at Bernie Merrily Recreation Center. We had a small turnout, however, it was a really informative session. Our friends at Metrolinx did a great job of presenting information as it is to date. We also had staff from Planning, Economic and Development Department join us in terms of the MTSAs as well as inclusionary zoning, and that information was really, really well presented. It was great to be the first group that provided some consultation and input as Ward 3 residents, given the fact that we have 6 major transit station stops coming into Ward 3 with the LRT. The significant radiance of the for inclusionary zoning is 800 meters. Many residents learned last night that that could mean as far as the escarpment right down to Barton Street. That area for potential densification and housing is a significant potential for change for residents in the ward. And I just want to encourage Ward 3 residents to join us online through the Engage portal to better understand the issue and have a say and provide your input on those 2 policy pieces that planning staff have released. And the last bit of information would be that we have an upcoming monthly Ward 3 office hours in the community called our Ward 3 office pop-ups. The next one will be hosted at Vintage Coffee Shop, and we've moved our fall hours to 4 until 6. And the next one is not in my notes, but it's coming up in October, mid-October, and please stay tuned to our social media and e-newsletter to find out when that's happening. So again, an opportunity for you to not email me, to not call me, but instead spend some time face-to-face, one-on-one at a local coffee shop to discuss your issues. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, seeing Councillor Clark up next, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My statement is really to speak to the celebration of life that was held yesterday afternoon for Justice Thomas Beckett. Some of you around this table knew Justice Beckett personally. He would be yelling at me right now for calling him Justice Beckett. He would say, my name is Tom. But I could never do that. He attained a very high role as a judge in our community. He helped create the Hamilton Region Conservation Authority. He led the way to protect the Dundas Valley from developers. And he was constantly in his life fighting for the preservation of conservation lands, wetlands, and the environment. He did all of this and many things more. He was one of these quiet men who, when he called you, you knew he had something to talk about. And he was frequently providing advice to me, not only on conservation matters, but on provincial and municipal government. He exemplified the role that I would hope that all of us would do in our lifetime, and that's to leave this world in a better place, and he did that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Up next, Councillor Cassar, please.
Just a brief comment on Councillor Clark's. When he shared there, I did not know Justice Beckett, never met him, but I'm very grateful that he was able to write his autobiography in his final few years. I had the pleasure of reading that, and I encourage anyone here to read that. A phenomenal man. 2 things I wanted to mention, Deputy Mayor. First, going back to the Greenbelt conversation we had earlier, So we all know a week ago the Premier announced his intention to return those Greenbelt lands back to protected status. What I've noticed since then on social media and in the public that many people think that the Greenbelt lands and the urban boundary expansion lands are one and the same, when that is in fact not. So I just wanted to take a moment here first to clarify that. Back in November 2022, the provincial government took over 7,300 acres out of Hamilton's land, expanded the urban boundary and took Greenbelt lands. 5,400 acres, over 5,400 acres was urban expansion, changing our official plan unilaterally. 1,900 acres was the Greenbelt. So we have 1,900 acres back, but there's still over 5,400 acres of land that was added to our urban area without consultation. So I just want the public to be very, very clear. The urban expansion areas are nearly 3 times what the Greenbelt lands were. So there's still work to be done in order to return control back to municipal decision-making so we can build communities the way they need to be built and provide the housing that we've committed to and people need. So hopefully that clears things up and that you can amplify the message through your connections. Secondly, Deputy Mayor, this Saturday, September 30th, is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I'll be attending the events down at the waterfront. And also, continuing into next week, I'd like to invite everyone back to Ancaster for a third time as the Ancaster Memorial Arts Center will be hosting an event in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, there'll be a screening of the virtual tour of the former Mohawk Institute Residential School. This is October 3rd, and it is a fundraiser for the Woodland Cultural Center in Brantford. 7 p.m. for the film and then a discussion. Tickets are $10. Present will be Executive Director Heather George, who will facilitate a discussion, to be joined by Symphonia, other organizers, and myself. I'll be on the stage as part of the panel. So the emphasis will be on a positive conversation and actionable things that citizens can do in our everyday lives to move towards reconciliation. So I hope many members from the community and council can join us there on October 3rd. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cassar. Seeing next, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. I think I'm just so, water is really, I think, front and center for me, just coming out of the Hamilton Harbour Water Walk this past weekend, thinking ahead as we near another anniversary of the public notice of the Sewergate spill. The reason those two are so linked to me, and I think we talk so much about the journalism and how investigative journalism has been so important in the Greenbelt, and it has been, but so is people power, because I think it really matters who we listen to and when. We knew that Indigenous women in our community went out onto rafts to draw attention to what was going on with Sewergate well before anyone took them seriously, well before we listened. That's a problem. And so I think a lot about how, yes, we have tools for success, and the current wins we've had on the Greenbelt and other things speak to the importance of those tools, but they also speak to the importance of people power in every single one of these movements. And I think there's been a question a lot of the time is, well, we've won back the Greenbelt. What's next? And Councillor Cassar spoke a little bit about how the urban boundary expansion, reversing that's next. Saving residents thousands of dollars in pipes and taxes they don't need to pay for infrastructure that they're not going to have access to, and it's not going to pay itself off. Those are things we can fight against. In the budget discussion, we talked about how a quarter of new spending is corporate welfare from Donna Skelly and Neil Lumsden, asking for Hamilton taxpayers to help developers out because they're having a hard day. I think there's a lot in terms of where people may want to go next. And it impacts their tax bill. It impacts the future of the city we live in. And I'm just so excited to be continuing to do that work with people. But it's also not all the big fights, although those are also really important. It's also about the steps we take as individuals and as communities to take care of the places and people we care for. Really excited by the efforts of the Dundas Rotary Club to do some revitalization along the Spencer Creek Heritage Trail and talk more about the history of our town, this valley town, and how it's grown up alongside the river, and how our relationship with the river has not always been a healthy one. But we do care for this place, and it's what makes it so important to be there. I walk along the Spencer Creek Trail every day to get to the bus, or if I'm walking in. So excited about that project and reconnecting our community to water. The Dundas Museum and Archives is running their exhibit right now on the history of the Desjardins Canal, thinking about how, again, our community grew up because of the water. And we're here because of our relationship with the water. And it's not always been a great relationship. We've talked a lot about council priorities today. And one of those priorities is better protecting our water, better repairing our relationship as a civic institution with our water. And with Truth and Reconciliation Day around the corner, we don't have to look far for what to do. We have to listen, and we have to think about what is our relationship to the water, something that we've been asked to do as civic institutions, as individuals, as Hamiltonians, since Sewergate first happened. We've been asked to explore what our relationship is with the water, and why is it that way? What's the relationship we want with the water? I think we have a long way to go in improving that relationship, and I'm excited that's work that our communities are taking on. There's leaders there's leadership around this table taking on. I think leadership and staff taking on as we think about how we've responded and how different our organization is in the wake of the Chinook Creek spill. But it is really hard to have these conversations when there's so much anger and there's so much hate, and it's being fostered, and it's being deliberately, we're being divided, pointing us versus them. I think we have to say no, and echoing Councillor Kretsch from earlier in the meeting, we have to say no every single time we see it, even when it feels repetitive. Because I think there's a connection between these things. There's a connection between the positive anger we felt about the Sewergate cover-up and being able to say, hey, no, we deserve to know. That was a positive anger. The anger that Hamiltonians felt over the Greenbelt, coming out and saying, no, we're going to restore this. And then there's the anger against each other. And there's the anger of saying, you're different than me, and you shouldn't have as many rights, and those types of things. And I think we have to be really careful that when we see people being angry and when we see people being frustrated, these are really difficult times. But some of that anger is really healing, and some of that anger is taking us apart and dividing us further. And so just really grateful for the work that we're doing around the committee. We've had some tense conversations today, but I think there are a lot of things that we can come back together on. And I think a lot of our communities are showing us what to do in their efforts. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up next, Councillor Mark Tattison, please.
Just thanks to the councillors for noting the differences between the White Belt lands and the Green Belt lands. I've had many calls. Their experience and knowledge has been noted by myself, and it's appreciated. Growth, our city growth needs to be controlled and led by the city, if not stopped outright. Moving on to some other areas. Big thanks to the hundreds of volunteers that came out and ran the Binbrook Fair. I want to thank our mayor for walking into the rodeo corral where, just like politics, you have to watch where you step. And she did, and the crowd loved her, so it was great. But most importantly, I want to thank our police department, HPS, and the off-duty officers who came in, did overtime, the auxiliary officers who gained experience and worked the Binbrook Fair. Issues that could have escalated were contained. Their presence was mostly proactive, and it was totally appreciated when it needed to be reactive. Their presence ensured the success of our community fair. One other note, if there are any residents in the Mount Hope area that are currently working virtually and have the flexibility to be available when duty calls, our volunteer fire department is actively seeking new members. So training and compensation for your time is provided. And the real reward is expanding your social circle and upping your employable skill set. So you can reach out online through the city website or call my office for more information. The Mount Hope Volunteer Fire Department needs you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. I guess I'm last on the list to bring the Ward 10 report for, what is today? I've already lost track. 27th of September.
Where did September go? I will never know. Yesterday was the first of our new season of the Winona and Stony Creek and Fruitland Ward 10 Youth Council. We had a guest speaker from the HSR who was just fantastic. And I kind of look up to the GM of Public Works just to let you know. I understand it was Jay's maybe last engagement. He's moved on to another position within Ontario Works or something of the nature. A big loss for the HSR because he was really a fantastic spokesperson and really engaged with our youth in a terrific way. Discussing current and future transit needs, both in Hamilton and in the Stony Creek, Winona, and Fruitland areas. So thanks to staff that came out yesterday, and looking forward to future conversations with our Stony Creek and Winona, Fruitland Ward 10 Youth Council. Also coming up in the Winona area, the annual Halloween Bash will be taking place on October 15th, a tremendous community event at Lake Point Park. And of course, we remind all participants to bring food donations for the Stony Creek Food Bank, and they continue to be in need, and that's a timely message we've been talking about quite a bit, the need of food banks in our community, and of course we need to maintain those donation levels for these important institutions. And lastly, another important institution that I mentioned earlier within the Stony Creek community is Seniors Outreach Services. They help seniors, they help those who are unable. They do snow clearing, they do driving to appointments, they keep things moving for seniors that would otherwise probably have to leave their homes and go into care homes, and this keeps them living independently. They are in need of volunteers. They need about 8 volunteers to shore up their complement for the snow plow and snow blowing season that's upcoming. So please reach out to them. They share the office next to mine inside the Stony Creek Municipal Center. So if you're unsure of where to find them, come find me and I'll point you in the right direction. And that is the Ward 10 report for the 27th of September. And thank you very much to all members for all of your sharing as well. And we're moving on now to item 10, which is council communication updates from September 8th to September 21st. And I'm going to call upon Councillor Matt Francis to please have a motion to receive the council communication updates.
Yes, that's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that the council communication updates from September 8th, 2023 to September 21st, 2023 be received. Thank you.
Very good. If I would look around the room and see if there are speakers to the communication updates. And I see Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just trying to open the communication updates. It's the one to deal with the vacant homes tax, as it was raised earlier in council today that perhaps enough residents don't know about it. So I just did want to re-emphasize that through our communication updates that council here tonight, still afternoon, today, that property owners are expected to fill out some information. There has been a flyer circulated as of last week. The flyer has been distributed to over 180,000 residential units, and the city is aiming to identify information that is essential for the vacant homes tax to be collected. There are some really important due dates for residents to be aware of. The mandatory declaration form is to be mailed out in mid-December and then must be submitted by March 31st, 2024. So just a reminder to residents to keep an eye out for a one-page flyer that is coming to your doors to make sure that you are completing what you need to in order to be assessed for the annual vacant homes tax. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see any other speakers to the communication item updates. Communication updates being received between September 8th and September 21st. So with that, if you would indicate your votes to accept the communication updates, please. And that carries unanimously 13-0. We are now going to, I'm going to ask if we'd have a motion to approve closed session minutes from September 13th as presented. Seeing Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tammy Huang as mover and seconder. Not usually any discussion on this one. If we could call the vote, please.
Through you, Chair, happy to move the second in open as well if no one in committee feels the need to go into closed.
Okay. Well, we'll do the first one. I don't know if the minutes. They carried 13. There we go. 13-0. Okay, then. So we are at a crossroads in terms of going in camera to discuss the Ombudsman report, or alternatively, Councillor?
My understanding is this is just essentially an information report we're receiving. We can receive it in open, I'm assuming, without going into closed? Yeah, let's do that. That's so moved.
Alrighty. I have a mover. I have a seconder, and Councillor Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we can indicate our votes and continue right along. Which carries unanimously 13-0. Moving on to item 12 then, seeing that there are no further in-camera private session items. Councillor Francis, if I could have the motion on the bills.
You may, Deputy Mayor Beatty, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang, that bills number 23-177 to number 23-184 be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered and signed by the mayor and city clerk to read as follows.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the bills? Not talking about the football team. I don't know why that came out. That was for you, Councillor Jackson. All right. We will call the motion, please. Please indicate your vote now. Very well, that carries 13-0. And the last motion of the day, item 13, moved by Tammy Huang, seconded by Mark Tattison. Adjournment. All in favor or opposed? Please indicate your vote now.
Great job filling in, Deputy Mayor Beatty. Great job filling in. Nicely done.
Baptism by fire. Thank you, folks.